Hello, 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 hello. All right, it's on my Discord status now. But connection, I thought I'd already done it, but I do have multiple YouTube channels, so counts, whatever, however they are distinguished. Oh, I hope we're all right. We'll get going in just a sec. My brain and my mouth warm up a little bit. We're getting into the crazier half of Silent Hill 2, 2001, A Space Odyssey. And therefore we'll be talking about a lot more, because we're going to be given a lot more context about what the fuck's going on, not just with James, but with the town, and with the characters that we've met so far. And we've finished on a pretty punchy ending as well, with Maria being murdered by Pyramid Head. So she's dead now. Maria, of course, having the appearance of James's dead wife, albeit a bit more visually promiscuous. That's out to Miles. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, we're trying to, it's an experiment, but there's a lot of things to like about moving over to YouTube. So we'll fuck around and we'll find out. But I myself never go on Twitch. I never use it unless I'm streaming to it. And even then I don't open it, because I can see chat in OBS. But YouTube I use every single day. It's where I've uploaded content in the past. It's where I'll be uploading content in the future. And we're sat on a good pile of dead subs here as well. I do put an asterisk over dead subs. But it gives an opportunity for any more of the day ones from way back in the day, to see that we're still out here in some respect, at least until I'm uploading music again. Well, I'm not going to talk about that tonight, because tonight we're gonna talk a lot about Silent Hill. If you weren't able to check in last night, I wouldn't fret. We'll start with a recap, and then we've still got most of the narrative is still to come. We've mostly just had setup so far, and I'll recite it as such. I'll catch people up if they weren't here last night, and just to give people who were here last night a bit of a refresher. Because we're going to finish this tonight. I don't think anything's going to stop us from doing that. And tomorrow, I still need to buy it. Here's the thing, I would like to buy it, but this is the kind of game that I want to having to hold, albeit I don't have a PS5. So what I've been thinking of doing is literally just buying PS5 games, despite not having a PS5, just so I can own them, which is a bit sad, really. But it's the only thing I collect, really. And Steam just feels so emotionless to me. The same thing with Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, and probably going to call the third one Reunion. I'd be very surprised if they don't. Mind you, wasn't it Crisis Core Reunion? What are they going to call it anyway? I might just copy. I don't know, man. I do have the torrent, but at the same time, I want to give Blue Team my money. You know, what's it going for at the moment? We'll boot the game up within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Excuse me. No, it's only 40 quid. So I probably will cop it. It is a game I want to own. It's not always the case, trust me. I'm not too secretive about my torrenting habits. But I will say that generally, whenever I torrent a game first, if it is very good, odds are I'll buy it at least once. Jumping on DBZ at all. The 3D... No. I'm not too... Dragon Ball FighterZ is really the only DBZ fighting game that took my interest. Funny enough, Miles was talking about it. Well, last time I was on my game and shit, but I'm trying to fund. I might be able to do it soon. A leverless, it's a leverless stick. I guess I can't call it a stick. I'm going that way. I still need to see what Dizzy looks like for Guilty Gear. Because Guilty Gear will probably always have my heart, but at least in this current meta of fighting games. The art's too good, the music's too good, and Daisuke is just too based to really discount. I'm not really interested in 3D fighters. Tekken couldn't even pull me in. And I did have some fun on some of the old Naruto 3D fighters, man, but there was no scene. I need a bit of a scene. I know this new Dragon Ball game is reviewing all right, but it's not for me. Fighters feels more like a personal fighting game. Spark Zero, while great, is a bit of a masher. Arena Fighters always feel weird. Yeah, it's one of like we're cut from a similar cloth, I think. Myself and Miles in terms of fighting game expectations. I need a bit of a scene there. I need a bit of a meta, and I imagine if it's the kind of fighter that's releasing with 100 different fighters, there's no feasible way of balancing that. There's a reason a lot of games start out with smaller pools these days. Why isn't my controller working? Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is a famously unbalanced game. I think that game has like, what, 52 characters or something like that? Famously unbalanced. But people kind of accept that over time. But that's a game whose meta has had decades to form at this point. But damn, man. I still haven't picked up the Capcom collection. Yes, yeah, Smash is the reluctant exception, because Sakurai or Nintendo at large, anybody following Evo and stuff and the competitive Smash scene will know that Nintendo tried very hard to stop it becoming a competitive game. But eventually we won over. The community push, and then we got good Smash Brothers games again. But no, the netcode was shit, so I never really bothered with it. Yeah, and I haven't had money until recently, man. I've had to be I've been broke quite a lot of the year. About a third, maybe half of the year so far. I've been pretty fucking broke. So I've had to watch what I buy, and there's no point in me torrenting the Capcom collection because I'd want to play it online. Only I don't want to play MVC2 online because I'll get fucking bodied by day ones, man. I was a Marvel 3 guy. Shouts out to Ben Fox. Good to see you again, Crumps. We're going to start off with a wee bit of a recap. Let me just set my phasers to record. Okay. I'll do this as best as I can without taking too long. James Sunderland gives a spin. Is our protagonist, and he has come to Silent Hill after receiving a letter from his dead wife, who died from illness 3 years ago. So James has rolled up, and the letter has said, good time to check on this, actually. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did you? Well, I'm all alone there now in our special place, waiting for you. That's the entirety of the letter that set us off on our little mission to find dead wife. When we got to the town, we found out very quickly that something was up with the place. It was foggy as fuck. There's monsters running all around the place, which may or may not harbor some symbolism into spoilers. I can't. I will be able to talk more openly on that later in this playthrough, and then all the way through the remake. Gloves off. Gloves off. I think it'll be a better analysis all around. We met Angela in the graveyard when approaching Silent Hill. Angela Orozco, a young woman in her late teens who has a tendency to kind of transition in and out of various mental states, with one of those being a frame of mind where she speaks not unlike a child, and she's quite paranoid, didn't want James approaching her. She's here looking for her mama. So she's come to the town looking for her mother. We don't know if it's dead mother, but we suspect that something went on with Angela Orozco's father and her. Next, we met Laura, little girl running about the place, doesn't seem to be having that much of a bad time. Going so far as to lock us in a room in this very hospital, thinking it was just an earnest, cheeky little prank. But little did she know we saw our first death in the playthrough because I was alt-tabbed. And Eddie Dombrowski, big fat boy eating pizza at the bowling alley. We don't know where he got the pizza from. But when we discovered him, he was being violently sick into a toilet. And he seems to get along with Laura, but we don't know too much about Eddie just yet. Finally, we met Maria, who, for all intents and purposes, looks the spits of dead wife, Mary. Obviously, Mary, Maria, offshoot names of one another. One means the other. Only she wasn't the same in terms of personality and attire. She was quite promiscuous, forthcoming, and a bit flirty towards James, but also a little bit manipulative emotionally. And if you weren't down with that, it's fine, because she just got killed violently by Pyramid Head, and that's where we're up to now. If anybody's unsure of anything, or they want to know anything further, just ask questions, bro. There's not much I don't know about this game, but because I'm playing the game at the same time and try to pick out things to talk about any given moment, odds are there will be things that I miss, especially if I'm trying to kind of not spoil the shits. You know what I mean? I will get my notes up on the side just in case. And we'll get cracking, I think. Thank you for tuning in. We are still experimenting on YouTube. We went over Eddie a bit. We're gonna be seeing more of Eddie soon. Before I go out of the hospital and into the streets, I'll point out that when we entered the hospital, it did not look like all of this. It didn't look this buggered up, you could say. We have transitioned into what is colloquially referred to as the nightmare world. Not realm, not dimension, but world. And I want to point out manual save points, Doug. It's usually the case these days that we get automatic save functionality within most games that we play these days. But I'm sure some of you guys miss the manual save point, because what the manual save point does is it gauges your progress. It's like a rubber band, so to speak. If you stretch the rubber band too far, if you run out of resources, if you push yourself a little bit too hard, the rubber band will snap and you'll be back to where you were. In a horror game such as this, it plays in perfectly to the tension and release cycles. So because we've just saved and we're about to leave the hospital, we've started a new tension cycle. Does that make sense? Bring back safe rooms and stress-inducing mode. Hell yeah, man. I'm interested to see how they handle it on the remake, and we will be playing the remake tomorrow. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect it. And Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? There's more parallels between Dead Wife and Maria coming out here. They're both dead women. They're both dead women. I've got to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. So it's not just the hospital that's changed. You notice a distinct lack of fog. And instead we've got a severe concentration of just outright darkness, man. So we are still in the quote-unquote nightmare realm, nightmare world. And it looks like some of the nasties that were in the hospital have come outside to greet us as well. I think there might be some goodies and stuff that we can grab, like new goodies. And I think we got Arendelle Street. Again, all of these street names, generally, I believe all of them, are named after famous authors. Woo! Many or most of which kind of inspired some element or another of Silent Hill 2. And I'll talk more about some of the other references that we use for this game in terms of books, authors. Rah, 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 rah. Hello, ladies. Oh! Thank you, because that reminds me. We need to keep James in good shape. We need to look after him. The game will be gauging how we treat James in terms of his health and just being generally reckless. If we play more, dare I say, suicidally, the game is going to account for that, and it's going to affect our outcomes later on in some way, shape, or form. We're going for the best ending. Take care, Miles, man. We'll be here. We're going for the best ending, but technically 3 of the endings are canon, with one of them being considered the most canon. We're going for the happy ending, you could say. We're going to do our best to anyway, but we will go over the other endings as well, and how one might unlock them on their playthrough, should they desire, or if they just happen to trip up into those endings. Boing, boing, boing. But Maria's been cut in twine. She was a bit of a bully at times, so I don't know how to feel about it, but James is a bit distraught because he sees a lot of his dead missus within the new dead madam. There's a lot of women dying around James. It's hard not to feel a little bit responsible in some way. I'm just running down Rendell Street, bro. If you've been, you'll know. Good fucking fish and chips all around, man. Toll Street. I'm just checking these streets for goodies because the game has just gotten more dangerous. And we haven't really been in too much danger yet. We're playing on combat difficulty normal and riddle difficulty hard. What the combat difficulty slider probably speaks for itself. I'm sure you're all familiar with easy, medium, and hard in regards to combat within games. But the puzzle slider also has easy, medium, and hard. And based on how easy you want to make it, it will take steps out of a puzzle, or it will add more tips and prods towards the solutions. All right. So we had some really good puzzles yesterday, and we've not cheated on any of them yet. We've got some really good ones coming up as well, and we're gonna bounce our skulls off of one another's and try and crack them without cheating. But if we do get really stuck, say a puzzle takes us 20 minutes, half an hour of just then we'll will indulge. Shouts out to Podheady. You're just in time, friend. We're just getting goodies. We're just getting goodies. I think I want to visit. Right, we've done all of this. I'm quite glad. I'm quite glad. Oh, we're going... Oh, right. Rosewater Park. We'll go there first. Are the puzzles randomized or something? Do they change between playthroughs? Some are randomized, others aren't. And it's weird the ones that aren't randomized because you could randomize them. I think the safe puzzle that we had yesterday was randomized, but I believe the clock puzzle that came before that wasn't randomized. But I think you could, because they both deal with like numbers or numeracy. And I'll try and remember if some of the puzzles we encounter tonight are randomized as well or not. But last time we played this on stream, we did so on normal puzzle difficulty, and I was a bit gutted about that. I didn't think about it at the time. But there is one or two puzzles later on that you get the most satisfaction out through having all of the pieces. And there's one in particular, one of the harder ones, that even on normal takes out quite a lot of the steps required to complete it. But we had a few riddles to work through yesterday, and a lot of them are just logic puzzles. So once you reach a point, you can just brute force them. We've tried not to brute force them, but I think there was one where we got very close. It didn't completely click. And we had enough in place where we could brute force it, so we did. But for the most part, we sat there and we tried to work out. Do I need to go? That's the hospital right below me. I guess I can't go anywhere else. Maybe it's not. And I will occasionally refer to the guide for navigation as well. I've no qualms with using it for nav. It is all right to get lost sometimes because of all the pickups and whatnot. I fail to believe I need to come back in the gosh darn hospital, to be honest. Aha! It was on Soul Street. Mama Steak. Mama Steak. Mamasteak.com. Chew into the beast. Right, we're going back to Soul Street. There's a little creaky gate that I missed. Trial of elimination would have got us there eventually. But I'm stupid. I'm stupid. So we could have been marching about for a while before I realized that. Wait a minute. And we'll be back on rails before too long. I think the town wants you to kind of get lost in it as well. I'm going to say yes, it does. And not just because I'm trying to excuse my bullshit, but fog, mist, darkness, confusion, uncertainty. And we're just getting a big old audio jamboree from Akira Yamaoka. Did all the sound, all the music. 100 sound effects for footsteps. You know the drill. He's a bit of a legend, man. And he's still working today as well. He did do bits for the remake. I think he rearranged some stuff. He might have remastered some bits. But I believe there's also some original shit in there. So I'm really looking forward to that. Because despite my pessimism, it's actually reviewed pretty damn well. Not up here, is it? No. Looking around Silent Hill, and I'm going to decorate. Exploring it and having a propaganda savoring and tasting. Now, the fine cuisine of atmosphere. We're going to be introduced to a new creepy. These guys are called the Mandarins, okay? It's not Iron Man's best mate. No. They are weird creatures with lips for hands. Let's see if I can get a... It's hard to spot them because I don't think that, yeah, the mandarins don't come above ground in this game. But they do actually reappear in Silent Hill 3. We did do an analysis playthrough, but it was when we ran Silent Hill 3, it was actually my first time playing it. I'd done a very good job of avoiding as much as I could until I had the opportunity to play it. And that was a really fucking good playthrough as well, so it'd be good to do that as well at some point. What's this now? There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. Bar Neely's? Not Neely's Bar. Did they burst up to kill you or something? Yeah, they like suck on your feet and stuff. They like suck your feet off. You know, I don't know if you've ever had your feet sucked by something when you're walking over a grating at a zoo or something. A bit like that, but it hurts this time. They have mouths instead of hands. Mouths in general are quite a recurring motif in these Silent Hill games, 1, 2, and 3. And although they're presented in kind of similar ways, they all have slightly different connotations based on whichever characters the Silent Hill that you're playing involves. I can't speak too much on the symbolism yet. I promise we'll get round to it, and I'll try and cover everything as well. Because a lot of the symbolism I will be going over is usually better just pointing out in the moment. We've got the mannequins here. 2 pairs of female mannequin legs affixed to each other. Very scary, don't you know? Are you scared? Are you scared yet? I'm going to need... Oh, Happy Burger. Happy Burger, let's go. I hope it's open. God, I hope it's open. They closed the Happy Burger. Oh. That's a new noise. Who's jiggling behind me, man? Hoo-yah. And we went over the radio yesterday as well. You'll occasionally hear bursts of like static that rise and fall. The radio will spark up when an enemy is somewhere in your proximity and will get louder and louder the closer you get to said gobbly-gooly. What is it with this game and feet? That's a good question. That's a good question. I scraped around my head to see if there's anything to that. I will consider everything. Because a lot of the Silent Hill 2 mythos, as much as has been said by like Masahiro Ito on Twitter and stuff, the monster designer for Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3. Was he in 3? Was he involved in 3? I think so. A lot of it has just been left to fans of the series, really. And we've got a pretty good handle on it now as a community, but there is still some stuff that is just unexplained for the most part. But it is one of the most analysed games of all time. Not as analysed as a game like Metal Gear Solid 2. It's hyper, maybe one of the most analysed games of all time. Hi-ya-ya! So I'm just collecting gibbles and goodies, you know. Tribbles, tricks, and trinkets. And maybe a cold beverage. Right, let's go to Neely's Barman. Neely's Barman. Oh no, Bar Neely's. It said Bar Neely's, right? Maybe that's a direct translation from Japanese. I don't know what Bar or Neely's is in Japanese. Letter wrench. He's got very fancy handwriting, and look, there is no... His hand is steady. He's fine. James is fine. Barney Liz, come on down. Drink a friend down to Brown. He's your friend and I am not. What? Or perhaps you are the fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park. At the foot of the praying woman. Inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It may be uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now, no one dares approach that place. At the foot. There you go. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Who's writing me love notes across town now? Plus, that sounded like it started halfway through. Did I miss something? Notice the fixed camera angle really signposting that we should stop here. I really do love my fixed camera angles. I love my manual save points. It's just great. It's just great. Ha ha ha. This is Neely's bar, man. Letter, wrench. Oh, let's go around the back, man. There's a Mexican restaurant here. Maybe they're still open. Darwin. Ah, it's blocked off. Oh, no, it's not. Excuse me. Yeah, is restaurant's still open. Girls. Girls. Alright. Letter wrench. Well, they pointed that out before we read it. I think it's implying that it was the letter about the wrench. Right? Heck if I know, man. We got some rifle shells from the Happy Burger parking lot, but we don't actually have the rifle yet. The rifle is, I think it's probably the strongest firearm in the game, so we are gonna want it. But I can't actually remember myself when we pick it up, so it's gonna be a nice surprise for everyone. So far, in terms of firearms, we've only got a shotgun and a handgun. And in terms of physical instruments, we have a stick with nails in it. And it's proven quite effective. We've also got a knife, which we took off our spooky friend Angela. So she didn't do something silly with it. Because she looks a bit mental. But we hope she's alright, man. If Happy Burger was still open, then maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. That's all I'm thinking. Handgun bullets. Oh, 1 second, actually. There's something ending related that I just need to check. Bastard. So I was just talking about the knife, right? And I was talking about 5 or 10 minutes ago about treating James well in terms of his health and some of his actions within the game. By inspecting the knife that we suspect was going to be used by Angela to do the deed, to go down the street, we have signaled something. There is a point system, you could call it, behind the scenes that is going up and down based on the actions that we take in game. And by examining Angela's suicide knife, we have indicated a tiny bit to the game that James's state of mind might be leaning in a certain direction. So we need to be careful. That's why I wanted to check. Just in case, man. Because there is an ending I'm going for in particular. And I don't want to muck it up. I think we might be all right, but it might be a little bit of a I'm a bit nervous now, to tell you the truth. I think I was nervous the first time we played it, but we did get the ending I wanted last time as well. Okay, let's just carry on for now. Where's me map? Sanders Street. Sanders Street. And then up Lindsay Street, that's where we are now. Mexican restaurant. I think the wrench is actually out here. I don't think we can get the doggy ending on the first playthrough, to be honest, but we can certainly check out the doggy ending. For a little bit of brevity once we've finished this horror show. I think the wrench might be outside one of the houses, man. Oh, we missed them. Snacks. There is also the UFO ending returns from Silent Hill 1 as well. Checking all of these porches, man, and the next one should be the letter. No, I think they might. I'm confused, bro. I think on the normal playthrough, the wrench was with the oh, wait, we got it. I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry about that. Hey, sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that. So this is why I cry at night. Cat Street. Let's go. Did he put the wrench in the envelope? That's a strange thing. Putting an envelope. Hello. Lovely evening we're having. It's well nice out here. I love darkness and mist. What can I say? It's why I moved to Silent Hill in the first place. The kids and wife don't really like it, but they're dead now. They didn't have any kids, to my knowledge. To be honest, kids in Silent Hill historically don't really mix. Lucky Jade Restaurant and Big J's. Shouts out to Big J. Everybody knows Big J. Iconic Silent Hill character. He's in every single game. And he has an iconic big red belly and brown nose that he wags at the passers-by. And I'm not gonna lie, it does get a laugh from me every time. Not always appropriate, but neither am I. I didn't kill my wife, but it could it could happen. No, I would never kill my wife. I don't even have a wife. And if I did, I wouldn't kill her. I'd send her to work in the mines. Stepping around, man. Crumpet said it correctly. James has fantastic cardio. He's running in jeans as well. Checking about for goodies, don't you know? We've got so much ammo, it's not even funny. But I am laughing. Wait a sec. What is that? Oh, it's the lock. That's actually the apartment building from before. The door that wakes... Wait! This door was locked when we checked it the first time. And now it is open. That is so crazy. It's actually crazy as hell. Let's check Cat Street. Double check it for any goodies. And then we're gonna go to the park, bro. We're going to the park. If you don't want to come to the park, if parks are too scary, turn off Brave browser. You can do that with a big red X at the top, or if you draw a big red X on your monitor with a Sharpie, that'll do it as well. Then we'll know not to show you the park sequence. Ample. I've got ample health materials to the point where, because I'm not completely sure what status my health is on, just gonna have a cheeky swig. Just have a little cheeky swig. And that's not against the rules either. You can do that. You can just take a cheeky swig. If you're ever thinking about it, just go for it, man. I'm not gonna tell anyone. Right, we've stocked up, man. You'd think the Nightmare Dimension would be a horrible place, but it's actually been fucking bountiful for us, man. We're gonna open a gun shop once we leave this place with all the spare ammunition we're gonna have. Because besides the little slip up yesterday, the combat difficulty isn't something we're gonna worry about too much. There might be some close calls in a little bit, but we're stacked. We've got so many boulots and like hamburgers at our disposal that really we don't even need Happy Burger to be open. We could sell our guns within our own burger shop, which is probably what James ends up doing after this. The Happy Burger gun shop. Get those bullets, sir. Right, we are approaching Rosewater Park, and we're going to be looking for the feet, the statued-footed woman, the woman with statued feet. But I'm picking up these bullets first. Oh, nice shotgun shells. We've barely used the shotgun. We only used it in the one room against the crickets. What were they called? What are those ghoulies called? In the room that Laura locked us in. Lara. They were called Flesh Lips. And they also had suckers. They had suckers on them. They had suckers on him. Feet too. A lot of feet. I think Crumpet's feet theory might be onto something. There was a crazy Silent Hill 2 fan once that kind of went a bit crazy on the fan wiki, which has historically been very well and respectfully maintained. But if you Google Silent Hill 2 circumcision theory, you'll find out, and maybe we'll get into circumcision theory when we've finished. I don't actually know too much about circumcision because I just didn't bother. I'm just aware of a guy that was convinced of the heavy prevalence of circumcision, male circumcision being symbolized in many places and events within the game, which is an absolute abstraction. But there was a time where the Silent Hill 2 wiki was on fire for some time. Victim of persecution, blah 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 blah. Is this the woe man? I'll get the wrench out. Can't remember what that memo said. Go around the back. Check her out a bit. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something hit? Dig! We found the footed woman. I said we'd do it. I said we'd do it, and they banned me when I said that the first time. But who's laughing now, idiot? The small metal box is fastened by bolts, and I can't open the lid. Razzmatazz. Sorry, all of this talk about feet is making me thirsty. Well, wouldn't you know? I used the wrench. I got the old Baron's key. Never the golden shining enlightened key. It's always some brown key. I got the brown key, and I'm gonna take it and open the smelly door. Right. We're on our way to the Historical Society, and as you might have guessed, through the Historical Society, we're going to learn a little bit about the history of Silent Hill. There is a few things I'll be able to start opening up about, and we're going to see more examples of the world's environments begin to make less and less sense. But we're really getting into the meat and potatoes of the game now. We've got all of the best story points to come, all of the best revelations, most of the context. As I say, most of the stuff we've done so far has just been set up. Good setup. It does do a very good job of giving a sense of mystique, mystery, suspense. Oh! Steel pipe. Got turned off. Steel pipe. We actually missed the steel pipe last time. Too much meat in this game, man. Yeah, you're right. There's too much meat in this game. The Silent Hill 3 is just one big vagina metaphor. Oh, that's a lot of meat. First time we played Silent Hill 3, we analyzed it as we went, and we did it blind. Despite that, it was still one of our more successful analysis streams. I have researched Silent Hill 3 since, so I think it might be a good time to revisit Silent Hill 3 as well before too long, and this time I can kind of crack the eggs, if you know what I mean, if you know what I'm saying. Sorry, there's too many goodies to kind of not... I can't not pick all of these goodies up, so I'm just taking a few detours. Because the Historical Society is going to be perhaps the most intensive sequence level environment the game has presented us with yet. You don't remember doing 3, that's alright. These games benefit from forgetfulness. And memory is actually a theme. So you might just be super immersed. Your ad. Well, that said you're dead. Foreshadowing, perhaps? No. Quiet Cocktails. Silent Hill Quiet Cocktails. We are approaching the Historical Society. And we're going to be in another fairly linear environment for a little bit. Whoop. Hopla. Cool. Cool. Is there anything I want to bring up before we chow down on Historical Society? So the status of the other characters. Angela is currently out and about looking for her mother. She's displayed symptoms, I guess you could say. She's quite unstable. And she's looking for her mother. Eddie Dombrowski, we don't know why he's here. You might remember me pointing out the white van that was in the parking lot at the beginning of the game. It was the only other vehicle in the car park, along with James's vehicle. That white van actually belonged to Eddie. Fucking hell, man. You know when buses go... Bus made that noise and I shit myself outside, not in my house. And Laura, the little girl, has indicated that she knew Mary, dead wife, before James arrived here. And she's just running about. But when she and James are in proximity, she spends most of her time and energy just trolling James, just bullying him. We don't know the full reason as to why she might be doing that, but because we know she had a relationship or has a relationship with dead wife, we might be able to start putting some things together. But I don't think we have all of the pieces on the board yet to begin extrapolating what it all means, what everyone is doing, why they're all doing it. So I'm just going to catch you up to there for now. Liminal spaces, by the way. Whoo! Santa Hill is just one big liminal space, more or less. Very flat geometry. Stuff you ought to recognize, but has been altered or left in a certain state that is just a little bit peculiar. Right. Oh, fucking hell. This is one of the freakiest bits in the game for me, so I'm probably gonna scream a few times. There probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Oops. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. I've seen it this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then and only a handful of buildings. Again, water has a massive place in Silent Hill 2 in particular, but also the Silent Hill ethos at large. But if we think about the Japanese, Japanese context surrounding water, particularly within like Shintoism, Zen Buddhism, all the rest of it. Yes, we'll be able to talk more about water later as well. You might notice in this photo here, in this painting here, is Pyramid Head, which is a bit weird. Let's see what it says on the plaque. Misty Day, remains of the judgment. Photo is hanging here. Wilt's coal mine. That's it. That's that. That's that. LDR coal mine. I really do shoot my pants in the Historical Society. There's nothing useful written on them. There's nothing particularly special about this photograph. Philistine. A photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew into a big boy. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. Ghost. There is a photo of a deep hole. What could this be? Puzzle afoot before too long, yeah. I want you to pay close attention to depth in terms of environment and reversal. We're at what we'll call ground floor level right now. Keep an eye on how much. Keep an eye on James either descending or rising, because the game's going to throw us through a bit of a, yeah. That noise that you're hearing is actually the horn from the decommissioned ferry in the area, which was called like the Lily something. Again, water. All reminders of water. I don't really know the significance of it playing here. Some people probably confused it with the iconic Silent Hill siren, the one that Pyramid Head reacted to after our first boss encounter. But I don't think there's any, at least I haven't seen any proper analysis or people being able to extrapolate why the ferry noise is playing currently. I just call it another reference to water. You'll notice we've been descending for a long time. Crumpet was actually referring to this staircase yesterday. So we can confirm that this is the Silent Hill with the extraordinarily long staircase. And we are descending. You could, it might look like we're walking straight, but we are descending. And you'll hear the ferry whistle, ferry horn, becoming a bit more of a cacophonous sound of sorts. Again, cast your mind back to the start of the game. Before we reached Silent Hill, the town proper, we had about a 10-minute run into town. And what I said at the time was, it begins the quote-unquote magic circle. The storytelling convention of a magic circle. James has progressed this far. We've progressed this far. We could go back to safety, i.e. back to James's car, or back up the stairs. But it took us a while. We've come this far. So let's proceed further into the magic circle. Let me see if I can get a definition for the magic circle if people aren't familiar. Because I'm sure there'll be a more concise explanation of what the magic circle is than I can do it justice for. In the context of games, in particular, the magic circle is the area within which the rules of the game apply. It's a special space, ideally, but not necessarily demarcated by the rules within which play occurs. It need not be a physical space, but can instead be virtual or a frame of mind. I would say that we're now entering a magic circle within a magic circle. Because the rules that we have gotten used to so far are starting to be they're starting to be they're going to be fragmented. They're going to be taken apart. And they may never fit truly back together ever again. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. Can't read the rest. What is this? It's a prisoner report, you idiot. 1820. 1820. You telling me that paper's been here for At least, like, fucking... At least 100 years. At least 100 years. But we've seen cars. We've seen... That chair isn't from the 1800s. You know? So what's going on? Take no prisoners. No prisoners. Not for me, not for nobody. I don't want prisoners anymore. You keep buying me prisoners. I don't know what to do with them anymore. Right. Let's be thorough. We haven't got a map yet. Let me check that room again, so we don't skip past a map. Maps are our lifeblood, man, really. Without a map, we are nothing. Because Silent Hill is oft a game of trial and error. We'll be trialing every door. Oh, look, look, look. Painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. We get a decent... We see some boys in hoods. They're not clan members, but you could be forgiven. They're probably up to similar shit. Yeah. Nothing scarier than no map. Exactly. It's in a town where reality makes less and less sense. Having something as simple an anchor as a bit of cartography really is a little bit of safety in and of its own right. You know, much like the save points and quote-unquote safe rooms where save points often rest. The map itself is kind of a mobile comfort blanket, you know? It's where you can make sense of the nonsensical. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. We're getting themes of judgment and persecution and punishment emerging pretty rapidly. We're also starting to see like bars, not unlike a prison. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War. Later became Toluca prison. Is that all that's in here? I hear a creaking. Oh, there's some bullets. Generally, I refer to Chekhov's gun in these games, man. Like, if you can enter a room, it's got to have some use. Whether it's an item pickup, lore, a solution to something, you know. Okay. Pay attention to James's descent, you could say. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? False choice. False choice. No, we don't really want to jump down, but we can't proceed without it. But because we were the ones left to make the choice, any ill consequence falls squarely on our shoulders. You can actually soft lock the game at this point. If you're speedrunning the game in a certain way, it is possible to reach this area without a melee weapon. But you're going to see in just a moment, a melee weapon is entirely necessary to get ourselves out of this mess, man. But you can you can indeed find yourself in this position without a melee weapon, and you're fucked. Did I get it right the first time? Zelda noise. Can't shoot the wall down, no. No. Oh, fucking bastard! What? Stop splashing, prick. Stop splashing on me. Step back. Step back, you cunt. James's health. I'm not taking any risks regarding his health. If we can be... I have a lot of shotgun shells. Greasy. And yeah, I'm still going to use the pipe as much as I can. These are only lying figures. Oh my god, that's loud. Is that you? Christmas. Oh, you bastard on ice. Stop dodging. That's really trickery. That's really quite trickery, idiot. Fuck off. Fuck off. Ah! Lynx Africa. It stinks. Fuck off. Fuck off. Wino. Crackhead. Useless. Get a job. Go to school. Freak. Hurry. Ah. Points at last. Oh man, this place is gonna mess me up. Something vicious. I hate the Historical Society. I love keys. Something bad's gonna happen, right? I think bugs. I'm gonna say bugs. My torch don't work. My torch don't work. My torch don't work. We're locked in. My torch don't work. My torch don't work, and we're locked in. Okay. Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with a spiral writing. Racist. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." 'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory. Again, because of the amount of time it's been since we played this last, it's almost like playing blind myself. What I do generally internalize about Silent Hill 2 is its writing, references, symbology, all the rest of it. Vector letter. Alright, everything seems to be alright there. Oh, our torch do not work. There's somebody or something has locked us in, and we're just praying that God will give us another chance. Let's try the key on the door. I use that here, boy. I'd use that here, boy. Let me out of here. I'll be good. Christmas. You'll be all right, James. I swear, can we not inspect the keypad? The little keypad on the wall. Oh, wait. Oh, Christmas. I did say bugs, didn't I? No, we picked up a battery, which I just put in the torch, and now we're surrounded by buggies, okay? And we're trying to work out, we're gonna brute force this one because we can plainly see that there's only a few solutions there. 9 combinations total, if my math's right. But we're surrounded by buggies, and I don't like... I cancel bugs. Cancel bugs on Twitter. Right, that was a close call. But we're all right. Don't scream. You'll wake the baby. There is a door at the bottom. The door is locked. Why is there a door down there? Why are the doors on the walls? Or are we on the wall? Non-Euclidean liminal space. In a measure. Not entirely non-Euclidean, I guess. But stuff is a little bit weird. Okay? So we're gonna... I'm getting the pistol out, man. I'm not... Here comes James. James Sunderland. James Sunderland. Bugs. I'm smelling a jump scare. Like, Silent Hill ain't too bad for jumpies, but they do happen. And I don't like. I scream. We all scream for ice cream. Is it back in here? Right, okay. Trial and error. What did you just trip up? Are you good? Do you need a breather? Would you like a breath mint? Don't be buzzing round my head, freak. Do I have any other keys? Another case of trial and error would appear. Because we've not got a map, it's hard to ascertain if I've missed a door, so we might have to be a little bit precise. Oh, hold on. What about non-Euclidia? Welcome to non-Euclidia. It's a wonderful place that you can enjoy. Everything is where it shouldn't be. Stairs. Down. Deep hole. Down. Spiral gate. Down. Pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down? Another false choice. Hello.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eddie?
Yeah. So our friend Eddie ain't doing too good. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. I can probably confirm that Eddie's telling the truth. He didn't light that guy up. But Eddie's not doing too good. I got the tablet of gluttonous pig. This might be referring to somebody that we know. A lot of the things that we will be witnessing, perceiving, running into may represent people that we've met so far. And remember, there are overt themes established within the historical society already of punishment, persecution, and judgment. I just want you to bear that in mind. I just want to make sure I'm not leaving a map behind, or if there's any like soup, that hot soup, we should probably pick up. We should probably pick up the hot soup. Eddie's not doing too good. He was talking about a guy that deserved it and a dog as well. And wouldn't you know it, we're in a prison. How did that happen? You hear that little noise? Sounded like a guy saying something. Black magic from the abyss. These are books that are in this prison cell. Black magic from the abyss. Resurrection of the dead. The Chronicle of Agrippa. Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Dirty toilet. And there is even a seal of some description on the wall. If you think you can discern what this guy's saying, do let me know. I got a wax doll. I'll try and make it quiet so you can maybe discern a little better. Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't give this prison a very good review. It is a bit dirty. It's got like brown stuff everywhere. It's like chocolate everywhere. Try to make it a bit quieter by killing the ghoulies, so we can maybe try and discern what this line of dialogue might be saying. Die already! Plenty of ammo. So there is what do we think this guy's saying? I'm genuinely curious what people think it could be that this voice line is saying, or audio clip. Should reoccur in a sec. Guys, hello. Ooh. Two very good guesses. If you can't discern anything, there's a reason I'm curious, but I don't want to affect. I don't want to give context just in case. Any guesses? And we'll proceed in a sec. I'll tell you why in a sec. That's all right, and that makes complete sense. The most common consensus, and I'll tell you why I think this is bollocks, is that he's saying ritual. Kind of sounds like he's saying ritual. Thank you very much. I'm gonna say this consensus is bollocks, but this room here acts as subliminal confirmation bias, given its occult theming. I don't think he's actually saying anything, but I just wanted to point out that for the longest time, people believed he was saying ritual. I don't actually think he's saying anything, but I do think it's interesting that people might have conditioned themselves to believe he's saying ritual because of what is implicated in the context that is given in this room of occult materials. Before we leave this place, I'll point out we got a wax doll from this cell, and I'll just quickly go through the reading materials that this prisoner had. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. On Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning, Tome of the Seer, The Feast of the Succubi, The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. I shouldn't worry about these too much. There's a few more though. Black Magic from the Abyss, Resurrection of the Dead, The Chronicle of Agrippa, Manuscript of the Iron Rings. These are all things that are kind of trying to goad us towards certain expectations. Whoa, buddy! And I won't talk too much about the context and the things that it might possibly be signposting yet. We know from Silent Hill 1 that the town does have a history of occultist activities. Given that the The cult of Samael is a major part of Silent Hill 1. But that's the first time we've seen any signs of the occult in Silent Hill in this particular game, certainly. I love the Historical Society, man. It's so fun. Which is why I wanted to stock up on all that ammo before we came in. Because I'm going to be expending a lot. There are bloodstained clothes here. Okay. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. James is a square depression, if you know. So let me read that again. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the engraving. How do I word this without giving... There are 3 people, excluding Laura, because Laura's kind of expressed that she isn't really in any danger. James, when we bumped into Laura in the hospital, and the nature of Laura's prank of locking us in a room to punish us for something we're not really sure about yet. There's a reason we're being trolled by Laura. So, excluding Laura, there are 3 people currently in Silent Hill for some reason. We've got James, who's looking for dead wife. We've got Angela, who's looking for her mama. And we've got Eddie Dombrowski. And we don't really know why Eddie's here. But these are 3 characters that are clearly affected by something in some way. Eddie is starting to reveal some of his cards in that respect. He's very insecure, probably suffers from some manner of body dysmorphia in regards to his weight. He's very paranoid about being judged by others, stating that the guy that he didn't actually shoot, that he was joking about having shot, was making fun of him with his eyes. He spoke about a dog that deserved something. 3 people. I give you the blood to atone for the 3 sins. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. Eddie Gluttony, Maria Too Sexy. Well, Maria's dead, isn't she? Angela Knife Wielding. Tablet of the Gluttonous Pig. Metal tablet with Gluttonous Pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. Where did we find Eddie? What was Eddie doing in the bowling alley? Look, he's having a barbecue. This is what I mean. And now we've reached this part, I can start to slowly give subtle nudges towards character motivation, and just what the hell's going on. You might have noticed there's the sound of a horse running about. What might a horse have to do within the context of judgment and punishment? We've seen people be skewered. We've got 3 nooses here. And we're hearing sounds of horses running about. There are 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. Ow! I believe that there was probably a boss planned for this area at some point. Apocalypse? That's actually fair. That's actually fair. I won't take that away. It's not... That isn't what... Exactly. Think about corporal punishment. But... We've had allusions to... Purgatory, judgment. So... Armageddon and the apocalypse isn't a far-fetched shout, to be fair. I'm trying to do what the game's trying to do. Only with my foreknowledge. No, I'm not going to give any answers yet, but this is the point of the game where I can start to have a bit more fun and ask you questions. I won't want to... Yes. Drawn and quartered. It's generally believed that it is an allusion to the method of corporal punishment known as being drawn and quartered, where a male prisoner they never drew and quartered women. They were burned, typically. But male prisoners that were being punished, executed in this fashion, would be hung briefly. Then they would have each of the appendages, both your legs and both your arms, tied to a horse each. And then the horses would be spurred to run in 4 separate directions. And that's generally what people extrapolate from the sound of hoofed feet within the gallows, the room with the nooses that we were just in. One counterpoint to that idea, to that analysis, though, and that, like I say, that is the general analysis that you will hear most people ape. You only hear 1 set of hooves, whereas in the process of being drawn and quartered, you would need 4 horses, unless they were missing an appendage, man. What if one of the horses was like really strong? Yeah, maybe. You could be hog-tied. You could be dragged behind the horse. I'm sure they did that at some point. Right, what are we looking at here? Before I get the caption, up top, we've got, starting from the top left, looks like a guy on a banjo. Then we've got 3 figures next to it that are doing something. Maybe they dancing. After that, we've got what looks like somebody playing maybe like a tuba, and then somebody playing a saxophone. That's like an orchestra, right? We could assume that the figure in the very middle of the middle bubble is maybe a composer, like a conductor, sorry. And then we've got 5 figures on a stage of sorts in a big old crowd. I don't remember this, so before I get the caption, I'm just trying to see if I can pull anything from this, but I don't think I can. 436 people at a recital. All right. Burning Man. Did we read about a building that was burnt down? It's good to see that these prisoners were at least getting, you know, like hobby materials. If you're into your art, you get a canvas and paint and stuff. And if you're into like devil worship, you get ham sandwich. So you'll hear Mr. Ritual stumbling about, but you'll notice that we can't actually see anybody in these cells. It was the same in the other set of cells where this clip could be heard. This is really weird. There is a physical entity in one of these cells, but for whatever reason, it's not visibly rendered. I don't know why this is. We can even kill the fucker. I don't know which one he's in though. But you can actually put him down, man. I don't know why this is. I've always found it really weird. Stand and deliver. He's heading to the Amazon River. We were in a historical society not too long ago. This doesn't look like a museum any longer, does it? I'm pretty sure we're in Toluca Lake Prison right now. The prison we were reading about shortly before descending down the second hole. Sorry, the third hole. Because we went down the staircase initially, then we jumped down a deep hole, then we got the spiral key which unlocked another door that was placed in a non-Euclidean way, and we jumped down that as well. Whoa. Somebody got mad. Quiet. Still not got a map. I'm trying to remember if we do get a map down here, but it would make sense if we didn't, given the way these liminal spaces are being, quote unquote, fucked with. As to the confusion and the kind of loss of stability in a way, I told you to pay attention to the environment. Not only James's traversal through it and his ascension or descension through the place, but also how little the environment makes sense. We were in a museum. Now we're in a prison because we jumped down a hole. But things aren't where they should be. We seem to be walking on walls at times. Things are all over the place, man. It seems that the more James descends in this environment, the less things are making sense as we dive further and further down into this place of thematic judgment, persecution, and punishment. Well, fuck me. Wasn't ready for that. Step back, you bastard. I'll break your legs. What did you eat, Podrick? Oh my god, you're creepy. I don't like you. So full with yogurt. I do like a good yogurt myself, to be fair. I should have ordered some yogurt when I got my shop. Reading a magazine. Looks like a page has been torn out. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. Again, the lake. Water. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, that's the name of the ship. Sorry, I don't know where I pulled the Lily name from. The Little Baroness was the ferry, the horn that we heard when we were descending down the stairs. The Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Big lasagna sounds good, to be fair. I do like my Italian food. I never grow tired of Italian food. Tell you the truth. I could eat Italian every day, and often I do in some respect. We're getting lots of history on the town, man. Lots of context about the town, because we haven't... Oh, I got the rifle! The rifle is the most powerful firearm we can get in a standard playthrough. I think some of the new... There might be a new game plus gun that is better than the rifle. New game plus, you can get a chainsaw and all sorts. But this will be the most powerful firearm that we're going to get. Agreed, Italy is very good and versatile. Absolutely. Like, pasta is such a crutch for me. You can do so much with it. It's so easy to prepare. You can pair it up with all sorts of shit, man. So pasta is one of those foods that I will eat. I probably eat more pasta than anything else. In terms of, like, regular eatings, you know. New game plus in a Silent Hill 2 game sounds funky. Yeah, I'm wondering how Remake handled it. Tell you the truth, I have never done a new game plus run on Silent Hill 2. Normally I finish it and I'm good, you know. But it might be fun to see how Remake has handled it. The further we get in the original, oh, we might get a... Hello? 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 Fucking bastard. What I was waiting for. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we will at some point, man. I'll keep this save on file. I got a lighter. A lot of unlocked rooms. We're not normally treated to this many unlocked rooms in one place. We've got the lighter, which is our key item for now. Hey, hey, hey! I dealt with you. We're going to finish this tonight, and then tomorrow... Remake time! There is a trapdoor door on the floor. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. James needs a handle so he can get a grip. I remember there being a very silly solution to this. There's no point just melting the wax. Probably use the wax to make an impression of something, is my thinking. You know? If you know what I am saying. Looks like we might be going back for a sec. Make sure I've not missed anything. The Historical Society is behind us now. To some effect. Yeah, we're gonna run back. There are 2 other tablets to find. And by gum, we're going to find them. Mark my words. Hey! Stop right where you were! Stop right where you were! Stop right where you were! Yeah, let's go back down here. I want to try and find the cafeteria. The dining hall that Eddie was situated in, if you remember. That's where we got the tablet of the gluttonous Piggy Wiggy. And this is the gallows room. If we're lucky, we'll find a fucking map at some point as well. If we're lucky. If we've been good. Not this way. That's the gallows room. Yeah, we could do with a map, bro. There's a door down here. I just want to double check again, lest I run too far. Just try to backtrack a little bit. A chalkboard. Whatever was written on it is all faded and I can't read it. Get smushed. Get smushed, MFer. Get smushed, heifer. Being a little less conservative ammo just for efficiency's sake, really. Well, wouldn't you know? I got the tablet of the seductress. Interesting. Seductress, you say? Seductress, I say seductress, you say? The only seductress we really know as being a possible candidate for a seductress was cleft in twain by a Mr. Pyramid Head. So who the heifer could the seductress be? We might be able to deem something from where we found the tablet, you know. Metal tablet with seductress drawn on one side. Found it in the shower room. Oh, I can't speak anymore on this. But I tell you what, the place that we find the tablets, as much as the name that we're given on each tablet, has something to do with the person that is affiliated with it. The tablet of the gluttonous pig, found in the dining hall with Eddie, and is attached directly to Eddie. I can confirm that. We found the tablet of the seductress in the shower room. And I just picked up on something for the very first time. I can't discuss it yet, but I have just put something together in my head. And yeah. Let's have a look. I want to try and get the map. Is Maria coming back? Don't know. I can't tell just yet. I will tell though. Let me just put down. That'll be enough to remind me. I'm just gonna scratch at this area a little bit more because I'm pretty sure there is actually a map for this place, and I don't. Oh, there. Oh, wouldn't you know? That was lucky because I nearly was off on my way then. Much better. See how much better I feel already just having that map and knowing where I haven't checked. We have one more cell block to check out. And I believe that is where we're going to find the third and final tablet. Oh, so James, move his head there, look. As I said, you can hear this guy stumbling about, but you can look as hard as you want. You're never gonna see a guy in this cell. But he is there. He's in one of these cells. And look at where James is pointing the gun. That's the highest he's ever pointed the gun. Again, they're not visibly rendered. I don't know. But the fact that they appear to be quite tall is a bit spooky. NGL. I need to get to that cell block. Do I need one more key? You can't get in there. Cell block. There's only a few more places we can check, so we're actually in a very good position here. I'm going to go back to this cell block at the bottom. Because I'm more than sure that the final tablet is indeed in a cell block. And based on that information, like I say, placement of the tablets, the name of the tablet, and the location of the tablet tell us things. They are givers of context, you could say. So, which cell block can we access that we've not already accessed? Are those is that? Well, let's go here anyway. I think this is where the shower was, to be fair. Yeah. Right? Yes, this is the shower. So that's where we got the Seductress tablet. Let me just check these down here, so we can... Very weird cell. There's nothing actually in here, but it's presented as if there would be, you know? Cool. Trial and error. Let's just chop down these places bit by bit. Is this a cell block? No, it can't be a cell block. Those are the visitation rooms. Because you can exit them on both sides. Is there any way we can get to that cell block at the top? If we go through the visitation rooms, is there any way into that room here? Can we get into here and come through here? Give it a go. We have nothing to lose. Not currently, no. Certainly not at the moment. Me. Can we? I'm very sure the tablet's going to be around here somewhere. Double check I've not actually got the tablet with me. Seductress. Is indeed one more tablet to be picked up. And I'm fairly certain we need to get into that northern cell block. Or the upper northern cell block. Because this would be the lower northern cell block. Oh, hello. Hey, hey, hey. I got the tablet of the oppressor. I got the tablet of the oppressor in a cell. And on the wall is images of Jesus Christ carrying a crucifix and then tending to some common folk. So we have all three of the tablets now. We found the tablet of the gluttonous pig in the dining hall, and it is related to or directly implicating Eddie as being the gluttonous pig. Second, we found the tablet of the seductress, which was found in the shower room. And finally, we got the tablet of the oppressor, which was found in a cell. Food for thought. Oh, I've been locked in. Again. Okay. Nervous. And we are going to be heading back to the gallows. We're all going to the gallows. We're all going to the gallows to hang out. Hanging out at the gallows. If anybody has any ideas about the tablets, do let me know. On this little stone tablet, the big one on top of the 3 depressions, it seems that 2 pyramid heads are being depicted with a single person in the middle, aligning with this middle noose up here, is being punished. I got a horseshoe. Forgot about the horseshoe. That confirms that it is indeed a horse running about. Note also that we got locked in the cell very briefly. It was the only tablet that kind of impacted James's circumstance in some way. Food for thought. Right. We are now ready to progress. We're going to do so using that little trapdoor of sorts that we found before. The one that I tried to burn the wax near. Because I knew the wax had something to do with proceeding, but I couldn't quite remember what. Now I remember. We needed a handle for it. Needed a handle for the trapdoor. And I believe we just found it. Got that point and click logic. Remember when you get like puzzle solutions that just don't make fucking sense? Like you wouldn't naturally infer straight away that a horseshoe was to be used as a trapdoor handle, but it makes sense. When you put all the pieces together, it does eventually make sense, but that doesn't mean that it's sensical or logical for the sequence of events to go that way, you know? So, I believe we combine the wax doll with the lighter with the horseshoe. Zelda noise. Very resourceful, is James. Another hole. This will be the 4th time that we've descended. First, we went down the long stairs within the Historical Society. Then we jumped down a deep, deep hole. Got we transitioned from the Historical Society to Toluca Lake Prison. Somehow, they're not in the same place geographically. And then we've just been descending further and further into Toluca Lake Prison. This is going to be the 4th time that we've descended quite a ways. And it would appear that we're still in the prison. At least we got our trusty map. Did that just move, or was it only my imagination? Feet! A horrible smell is coming from the hole. Feet. His feet. The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. There's something in the hole, it looks like. It's all dismembered. I can't look anymore. So, stinky hole's feet. Okay? And another hole with more feet pointing towards it. This corpse into this hole. This will be the 5th time that we've descended. And our 4th false choice in terms of our descent. This is our 5th descent, and we've been given 4 false choices. When I say false choice, I mean we haven't really... If we want to proceed, we haven't any fucking choice. Six. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? We must be pretty deep down now, right? We must be deep underground at this point. Surely. I'm going to get accosted on this lift, aren't I? It's just giving me a shitload of boom boom bullets. I'm going to get the shotgun out for this because we have 132 fucking shotgun shells, boy. I'm ready. I stay ready. I've been ready. Born ready. Born with this shotgun. We're descending further. This is the 7th time that we've been pushed deeper and deeper down. Down, down, down we go. Come on, you bastards. Down, down, down we go. And what kind of prison would really be built like this in the first place? I don't think a prison ever was built like this. I don't think Toluca Lake Prison was ever built with this much underground in mind. Red Square. Give ourselves a nice little save there. Prison toilet was the last time we saved. Hi. A little bit more ordinary. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, huh? You want some of this? I'll smush your asshole. I'll smush your asshole. Get the fuck out of here. Little trick. We could go through the loading animation in game, but we can actually just reload instantly in the menu. It's kind of freaking sweet. All right. Can't get through here because of the wire stretched across the path. We're probably going to need some, like, wire cutters or something. One would assume. We still got a map going on? Ah. James is now making the map for himself. There is no recorded map for this place. We are out of bounds. This is uncharted waters. You dig? So we are now the cartographer ourselves, man. There is nobody to hold our hand in this particular location. Because as far as we're concerned, we're the first ones that have ever been here. And there's more places to descend, which is just fucking marvelous. So grateful. Right. I hate this place so fucking much. This place is referred to as the Labyrinth. It's a bit of a bastard. And I think the map can only be drawn if you've got the flashlight on, which would make sense, right? Because it is pretty fucking dark without it. It would be hard to discern what the fuck is going on, as if it wasn't hard enough already. Let's fuck around and find out. We're looking for wire cutters. And by Jove, we will find them. And we're not going to be spooked out at all. If you think I was going to be spooked, you'd be wrong and banned from the channel. But I'm not. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? We'll be back. What does that make you feel, huh? We are going to get some puzzles. Don't worry. We've had a lot of exploration in this session, and no hardcore puzzles as such. But there are still some logic puzzles left. So don't worry. We'll have a bit of downtime before long. This is one of the more visceral. Whoa! Pyramid head. And he's got a spear now. You might remember that above the 3 depressions in the gallows room. Oh, Christmas wheels. There were 2 pyramid heads depicted as having spears, not the iconic great knife in the gallows room. Here's the great knife. We've got the great knife now. What you say? So the pyramid head that was depicted in that as having a spear is now what is being depicted in game. Ain't that a bitch? I'm not spooked. If you thought I was, then I'm not even spooked. I'm not even worried. In fact, this to me is a tea party in the park, idiot. If you thought I was frightened, well, it's funny that the shotgun shells were next to the great knife. I think we're going back to the cube room. We got the great knife. There's no official map for this area. And we were in what we can probably assume to be pyramid heads, quote unquote, lair, I suppose. I just realized you get subtitles and it works good. Yeah, that's one of the things I was impressed by as well. I hope it's picking up my quick talking urban diction relatively well. But I'm glad about that because I did have a lot of requests. No, I say a lot. But we had a couple, well, at least one hard of hearing viewers in the past that struggled. So I'm glad that YouTube offers that. Definitely a point to YouTube for that. I believe we're going back to the box of faces. When you ramble, it fills in the words. That's all right, man. That's all right. It'll pick up some of what I'm saying. Probably the AI that still tries to make a sentence, so it makes sense. Twitch has them too, but they sucked. And you have to jump through some hoops to get them working on, quote unquote, working on Twitch. I am relatively comfortable on YouTube so far. I just need to find out what extension functionality is offered, because there were a few plugins and facilities that I could use on Twitch that I might be able to use here, but I don't know. Right. Would you look at that?
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before. Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James.
I'm real.
See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
So Maria's here. And that was one of the probably the most iconic cutscene in the whole goddamn game. Maria looks very comfortable. Down, down, down in the abyss. Why would she be all the way down here? Takayoshi Sato famously did all of the cutscenes. He slept in the studio for about a year to get them all done, using his colleagues' PCs to render when they were at home. All of the cutscenes were mocapped, but all of the facial animations were done by hand. And all of the characters have got some hand-placed imperfections, very deliberate imperfections. But Takayoshi Sato is a bit of a hidden Kojima of some respects, and it's very surprising that his legacy and his legend didn't kind of ring out more than it did. I think he's still working, but he's kind of faded into obscurity a little bit. But he is why Silent Hill 2 works so well. And if you see Takayoshi Sato's talking in interviews, you will understand why. The guy just oozes passion and understanding of the human psyche. He understands that the two primary motivators for people, whether or not he meant this to be the Freudian interpretation that it could be, he understood that the main motivators for people are sex and death. And both of those things are kind of projected through Maria. She looks like James's dead wife, but she's here and she's pretty up for it. Shouts out to Inasia, man. Good to see you, man. I hope you've been well, Matt. I saw you subscribe to the other channel as well, man. We're going to make use of all the channels at some point. Well, thank you very much for that, my friend. We were going to boot up the stream, this stream, on that channel, man, but I thought I might as well use this fucking place because I haven't... Oh, we're no longer drawing a map. Cool. Well, I haven't used this channel in a minute, so whilst I'm still working on music shit, I might as well set up camp here, so to speak. And we're doing some spooky business, man. I haven't played the remake for Silent Hill 2 yet, but I'm a bit of a scholar for the original. So I'm just giving everybody a bit of an academic beatdown on this first, on the original 2001 game before we get into that remake. But I hope you're well, my friend. You'll have to let us know what you've been up to. Up here? Hey! Thinking about Gaz the other day, due to stuff in my snap memories, meant to message you on Discord or something, but I'm bad at starting. Yeah, me too, bro. Don't worry, man. I did do a bit of a purge on the Discord's members. I did leave a few people out, even if they didn't. Even if they didn't react to the thing in time. So a few legacy members got let off of the hook. But if I did kick you, do know it would have been accidental, because you're one of the ones I would have preserved. And you're always welcome, family. I will be working on getting some fresh blood into... Oh, would you fuck off, man? Into the Discord as we proceed. But I just wanted to have a bit of a... Good, man. Good to hear. But don't worry about it, man. I'm exactly the same. I'm very antisocial at the best of times. Just fucking shoot round corners, man. It's fine. Yeah, there were a good few members that I wanted to preserve. Just in case. Not all the legacy members survived. But I made sure some good eggs remained. Oh, would you piss off, man? Would you just fuck yourself for a minute? Would you just fuck yourself for 10 seconds? Fuck off, man. Oh, shit. But we might be setting up camp on YouTube in terms of streaming. I never use Twitch. I always use YouTube, man. I do have some YouTube content that I want to put out at some point. So, why not? You know? Not getting many, but... yeah, me too, bro. But, you know... We learn to work with what we... I just can't be arsed with people a lot of the time, man. I don't think there's any problem in that. Necessarily. People are hard work, bro. They tire me out. I tire myself out. I'm a person. I get sick of myself, my own company.
Daddy, please don't.
So this is our second question mark boss fight. And the name of this boss is Abstract Daddy. I want you to pay close attention to how we're being attacked, to the room that we're in, the name, and the monster design itself. The Abstract Daddy is depicted as two bodies that are confined to a bed frame, one on top of the other. The room is presented as a fleshy mass that is being penetrated by an alien object, a non-fleshy material. Angela referred to this monster as Daddy directly. We're going to talk about Angela.
Are you okay?
Damn!
Angela, relax.
Don't order me around.
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, That's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never...
Right. Let's get into it. We're gonna go over everything we know about Angela, and if anybody comes to any conclusions whilst I'm going through this stuff, be delicate in your wording. But we're gonna be able to talk a bit more openly about characters from this point on. Angela Orozco is a young woman in her late teens. She is voiced by Donna Burke, who has done a lot of voice work for Konami, and she is the vocalist that sings the Snake Eater theme tune as well. I give my life. Donna Burke was in her 40s when she voiced Angela, and Angela does not have the physical appearance of somebody that is a teenager, but I can confirm she is a teenager. The second time we met Angela, she was displaying suicidal tendencies and didn't want James approaching her. Similar to now, when James tried to reach out to her to give her some comfort, she didn't want to be touched by James. Throughout James's exploration of Silent Hill, we have never, ever had an environment that has been covered in flesh and being invaded like this room is. This room is specific to Angela. You might also remember from yesterday's session, after the second time we met Angela in front of the mirror and we took the knife from her, we found a photograph on the floor. The photograph was torn in half, with one side of the photo displaying Angela as a child and Angela's mother. On the other half that was torn off and displaced was Angela's father. Dad, right? She's in Silent Hill looking for her mother. We haven't heard her mention her dad until we approached this room here. When we entered this room, we saw Angela referring to this creature as Daddy. The abstract Daddy is depicted as two beings confined to a bed with one on top of the other. If you look around the room, you will see that there are pistons driving in and out of fleshy orifices. But they're metal, they're alien, they're not natural, they're invaders. When we found the Tome of the Seductress in the prison, we found it in a shower. Well. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of embezzlement. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of murder. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of counterfeiting. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of bodily injury. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of kidnapping. Justice and revenge have been served. More scenes of punishment. Justice for Angela. Yeah, I'm not. Do I need to say it out loud? I'm only for now. I only want to give you the ingredients. I could tell you, but I probably gave you enough information to infer what is going on with Angela, and the fact that she had a very specific room that James has not been privy to himself. We can start to infer that Silent Hill acts in different ways for different people. No, you don't need to. Yeah. I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. Please, somebody answer me. Why must I die come the morning? The man is in prison beside me believed me, because they're all insane. That's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. Does the game actually pause on this screen because it looks like there's a creepy near you? It's all right, I put it down. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who had said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. But the man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. The man who was hanged today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. The man who is always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home, but I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Somebody save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. Okay. In the other room, there were 6 people that were hanged for various crimes. It would appear that they're all being referred to in this little blurb that we've just read. From this, we can probably assess that one of them is innocent. This is a puzzle, by the way. Let's go through that again. A lot of words, so probably won't read it out loud every time, but I will one more time. But whenever I do read it for a reminder, I won't plow through it. I do not wish to die. So this is being written from the point of view of the quote-unquote innocent person in the mix. And we probably have to identify which of the 6 persecuted people is innocent. I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps up to the gallows. Please someone answer me, why must I die come the morning? The man imprisoned beside me believed me, because they're all insane. That's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. But the man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. The man who was hanged today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. Hang the bastard. The man who is always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home, but I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Somebody save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. Boing, boing, boing. Where's Grove Street? Ah, shit. Here we go again, boy. Here we go again, boy. So I think we have to pull the noose of the innocent. Would you rather live in Silent Hill or Luton? It's hard to, because I don't know what I'd be punished for, bro. Like, Laura's here and she's having an all right time, man. Like, she's just trolling James. She don't really give a fuck. So it might be, you know, Meet the Pyro, the Team Fortress 2 thingy for the pyro, and they just see rainbows and lollipops everywhere. Maybe it's like that for Laura. So maybe, because I'm a good person, like I give to charity, you know, like I save babies from drowning. So maybe Silent Hill. Get a reminder of what these people done did. This man was hanged for the crime of bodily injury. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. This man was hanged for kidnapping. This man was hanged for the crime of murder. You wouldn't... Okay. No, I'm not ready for that. This man was hanged for the crime of embezzlement. This man was hanged for the crime of counterfeiting. So, I believe we have to try and assess which of these poor fuckers is innocent, based on the clues that we were given in the other room. So let me go through the crimes. Kidnapper, somebody who steals a human. Bodily injurer, one who causes physical injury. Arsonist, one who maliciously sets fire to shit. Counterfeiter, somebody who copies with the intent of forgery. Thief, one who steals, generally using stealth. Swindler, somebody who cheats or defrauds people of money or property. An embezzler, somebody who takes money for their own in violation of trust. And a murderer, one who brutally kills another. We'll go back to the other room and read the little bit of prose that we're given and try and ascertain which one is the innocent one. Read a sneak archer. Yeah, man, he did nothing wrong. Everybody's doing it. I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. The man in prison beside me believed me because they're all insane. That's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. But the man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. It'd be good if we could draw a diagram or something right now. But I don't know if I can be asked getting paint up and doing the Windows stuff. Hold on, let me go through this and I'll start to write shit down in the chat. Innocent person. Has man imprisoned beside him struck out at them. Bodily harm? Question mark. The man who was executed yesterday said his job was to sell dreams. Said this was not true. Let me get a little bit more context on the first one. Easily a 20-second delay. Yeah, the delay's turned off. I can confirm that. So it's just a latency thing, unfortunately, I think. Don't worry. It won't affect us that much. So the man in prison beside me believed me. Struck out at them. They're all insane. I struck out at them. Man who was executed yesterday. I don't know if the tense really matters, to be honest. I don't think it affects their positioning, so I'm gonna leave that out. Man who said his job was to sell dreams said that was not true. Man who kidnapped said that it was true. Man who embezzled did not answer. And he's proclaiming himself to be guilty. Guilty. The man who was smiling quietly to himself said, "I'm happy because soon I'll be with her." Probably killed his bird, right? Man smiling quietly. "I am happy, for I will soon be with her." Guilty. Probably murder, right? "I do not wish to die. I only, though I have done nothing, the crime has been thrust upon me. Somebody save me, judgment." Right, okay. So we're not actually given all of the criminals aren't mentioned in that. They might be if we set the puzzle difficulty to easy, but they're not. So we only have this to work with. And I don't think the discussion about truths and falsities actually matters. We only need to work out who is guilty and who is innocent. Who is, and we can work out, we can infer who the innocent is based on who they are surrounded by. The man beside him was probably involved with the crime of bodily harm. So it's maybe already solved. Hold on, let me check, because we might be able to solve it just off of that, I think. Off of that very first prompt, we can probably work it out. Dwindling. bodily injury, counterfeiting, or maybe, embezzlement, murder, kidnapping, swindling. I guess swindling would be the thief. No, swindler would be defraud. Wait a second, we've only got 6 here. Sometimes there's... Aha, right. It's random. This is one of the random ones. I was remembering the last playthrough. This is one of the randomized puzzles. We were talking about these earlier. Some of the puzzles are fully defined, never change. But this is one of the ones where there are variables. There can be, I think there's a total of 8, and it picks from a pool of 6. So with that in mind, I can't cheat, because I thought I knew. But the one I thought it was isn't here. Swindler, counterfeit. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking swindler to a degree, because they are beside the bodily harm guy. If we can infer that the first guy is indeed the bodily harm guy, said he struck out, right? We've got somebody we can infer to be the murderer, because he says he's going to join his bird soon, or what we can infer to be his wife. So I don't know how much the talk, the back and forth between truths and falsities really matters. I might be getting that completely wrong though. Like I say, when we get to these puzzles, it'll be the same case when we do Remake. Hopefully they'll do fresh puzzles, man. Imagine if they were just all the same puzzles. But I like to ruminate on these things. We've done a good job with these so far. We haven't had to cheat yet. Yesterday was mostly me and Bib going back and forth on a couple of logic puzzles, and we did pretty well. We didn't have to brute force any of them. Really, we brute forced one of them, but it was only after we'd solved enough where we could effectively brute force it. But all of the pros that we read in the other room, on each difficulty, that's always different as well. Completely different. Completely different. Technically, the counterfeiter is beside... Technically, the counterfeiter is besides the bodily harm. Technically. Because it could be the swindler, but I'm pretty sure they're referenced. Who said his job was to sell dreams. Because they are referred to in third person, we know that that is not the voice of the innocent. Does that make sense? So the innocent can't be the swindler because they are referred to. It would have to be one of the criminals that isn't referred to. Does that make sense? I'll go over the pros in the other room because I think I've got it. I'll go over the pros in the other room one more time because I think I've got it. So, hold on. 6 crimes, 6 bodies, and 6 nooses. We have to pull the noose of the innocent, I believe. The arsonist and the thief aren't involved. They're out of the pool. They're out of the pool. Like I said, I think there's a total of 8 crimes that the puzzle pulls from, and you're given 6 from those. Might not be completely random. It might just be on a difficulty basis. So we have swindler, embezzler, bodily harm, murder, kidnapper, swindler, embezzler, bodily harm, kidnapper, murderer, counterfeiter. Let's go over the pros one more time. Do not wish to die. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. The man imprisoned beside me, believe me, because they're all insane. That's why, he said. That's kind of redundant. That's basically just saying that the guy beside me believed me, that I was innocent. And then he states his own crime. Now you know why I struck out at them. So the guy besides the innocent is probably the guy involved with bodily harm. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who said his job was to sell dreams, said that that was not true. Bearing in mind that this guy died yesterday, so he's not saying anything, really. The man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. These back and forths on truths and falsities, I think, is a bit of a smokescreen. Don't think it has any... Dead people typically don't debate. The man who was hanged today did not answer. They'll kill me either way. He was caught embezzling for public money. So embezzler, guilty. Bodily harm, guilty. Swindler, guilty. The man who was quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy for soon I will be with her. Murderer, guilty. That leaves two. That leaves only two that it can be. There is only two it can be. Let's go over... I'm going to solve this in a sec. Let's go over the crimes, and then people can take the final guesses. The 6 crimes are bodily injury, guilty. Swindling, guilty. Kidnapping, guilty. Murder, guilty. Embezzlement. Wait a sec. Oh, it can only, I know which one it is. I know which one it is. If anybody wants to take a final guess, I'll give you a minute. Bodily injury. Swindling. Kidnapping. Murder. Embezzlement. Counterfeiting. Which of these crimes isn't referred to? Nope, somebody was caught embezzling. He's resigned to his fate. He believes he's going to die anyway. So it doesn't matter. Plus he's being referred to. So it can't be the innocent. Don't worry about it. There's only one that hasn't been mentioned in that pros in the other room. And if anybody does want me to check it one more time, I'm happy to. Thief isn't here. Thief isn't in the pool. Arsonist isn't in the pool either. We've got bodily injury, kidnapping, embezzler, murder, counterfeiter, kidnapping. That's bodily injury, embezzlement, swindling, kidnapping, murder, and counterfeiting. But you're absolutely right, Bib. You are right, because neither of them were mentioned. So if they were in the room, it would be counterfeiter. GG, well done. I believe it's counterfeiter too. One out of 6 guests, absolutely. You can brute force these things, but I prefer not to, if I can. You don't think it's the counterfeiter? Counterfeiter. Then how do I get out of this fucking... We good? Yeah, we're good. I can't turn the handle unless I remove the handcuffs. How do I get the fucking handcuffs off them, bro? With the great knife? Fuck it. Come on, man. That would work. That would work, right? The map is now hand... Yeah, it's the only time the map has been hand-drawn. Which is funny, because we've had a definitive map for every other area in the game, because they are geographically sound and consistent. This gives the impression that we are out... We're in the back rooms, bitch. We are in the back rooms, so to speak. And James can only draw out the map if his flashlight is on, which I think is a cool little detail as well. I can't remember how to get this fucking thing off the... Oh wait, I need to go to the... I need to go back to the room with all the people in it, don't I? I tried to knife the handcuffs. Admittedly, yes, I tried to knife the handcuffs. But I think I need to go to the other room to get the... It makes sense. Persecuted, handcuffs, innocent, take off the handcuffs. Symbolism, baby. I love that. I actually love that. I've only just realized that myself. Oh, where am I going? Oh. A lot of quiet time. Oh, there we go. Got the key of the persecuted, bitch. Thank you very much. It was good cooking. We do have a couple more puzzles, and I'm gonna be a bastard with all of them, man. Well, we're gonna sweat them out, all of them, because I like turning my brain over with stuff like that. Because Pod's absolutely right. 1 in 6 chance. I think you take some damage if you get the wrong one. We've got enough health items to remedy that. But where's the fun in that, you know? Well, you got it right as well, Biblets, because if the arsonist or the thief were in the room, it would have been them, because they weren't referred to. Ultimately, it was a case of trial and elimination. He was working out who it couldn't be based on the point of view of the innocent, the person that we were reading from the first person perspective of. So there was a lot of misdirection there in terms of truths, falsities, and time as well. They didn't have anything, like, it didn't matter who was telling the truth or who wasn't. And it didn't matter when they were or were not executed. That was all misdirection. Pretty sure I brute forced that as a kid, but it's good. You've got the option, you know what I mean? Like, and there's no, you know, it's tricky. Yeah, puzzles are easy to overthink. Zelda is. I find that whenever I revisit Zelda, I always overthink the puzzles.
Maria?
Maria? Maria, no. What happened to you? Why? Why? Mary.
Cool. If we try and re-enter the room with again dead Maria, this is the second time that Maria's died now. It will affect our ending. So we're not going to re-enter that room. I'll be able to tell you why later on, but we're just gonna move on. Notice that Maria, instead of getting run through with the great knife, she appeared to have some sort of affliction this time round. You might recognize some of the names on these gravestones. We'll go through them all. An epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. The name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read. Too scratched up. Name inscribed on the tombstone, Miriam K. Traitor. Miriam was one of the kids. I've only just realized this. Miriam and Billy were the two kids that the murderer, Walter Sullivan, was reported to have chopped up with an axe in a news article that we read towards the beginning of the game. Just after the first round of apartments, when we unclogged the garbage chute. Right. Too scratched up. Walter Sullivan. That was the murderer. That was the killer. The killer. We got a save point. Let's get that done, because shit's gonna get heated very quickly now. And we have 3 more gravestones to read. Eddie Dombrowski. The Gluttonous Pig. Angela Orozco. The quote-unquote seductress. Quote-unquote. And the third and final tablet that we found in the prison was titled The Oppressor. Because those two are the other 2 tomes, the Seductress one and the Gluttonous Pig, relate to Angela and Eddie accordingly. We're left with one more, which was The Oppressor, which was found in a jail cell, which is James Sunderland. And out of all the graves in this graveyard, there's only one that we can actually descend into. And remember, we've been descending multiple times since we entered the Historical Society. We walked down the steps, we jumped down one big hole, then we unlocked another, then we unlocked another one. We've descended about 8 or 9 times. Sorry, descended. I'm Get my words mixed up. We've gone down a considerable distance and traveling deeper downwards about 8 or 9 times, including James's gravestone, which we're about to hop into now. But James is the oppressor. But what did Eddie do? What did Eddie do? Angela, we can assume, may have done something to her dad, who we have assessed as having done something to Angela. The reason that the shower has some significance, which is something I've only put together today, is because oftentimes when an individual is invaded in a certain way, they often opt to try and cleanse themselves. We still don't know what Eddie's deal is, but who knows?
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you.
Oh, damn.
Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Oh, James.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
And he's fucking flipped it, hasn't he? So this is a 2-phase boss fight. For the first phase, we're just gonna pipe him. We're just gonna pipe him more or less. I have to make sure that James is always at max HP, more or less. Very important that we do that, and we continue to keep doing that. Oh, another thing. Need to check that letter as well. Hey! Stop it! We got so many health items, man. It's a bit ridiculous. Hey! Hey! You really see the combat system got to work in this boss fight, I will say. There's one thing I can say, it's that I will say. Hey! Stop it! Oh! Ow! You stop it! Ow! Stop! Ow! Stop it! Hey! Stop it! Ow! Any guesses as to what Eddie Dombrowski is being punished for? Allegedly. I don't have a map of this area, he says. Well, you had a fine job just making it up before. I'll kill you too, James. Remember, Angela had her own environmental quirks, i.e., the flesh room that was being invaded. This is the first time we've been in a cold, walk-in freezer, meat locker environment. We can associate this with Eddie, and I'll be able to open up a bit more on what the hell I'm talking about. The same way we did with Angela, after we've done the deed. I'll kill you too, James. Oh my god, we're going up the steps. Hello? Hello? What the fuck? I am confusion. I'm confusion as fuck. I'm gonna say, we finally got to go up a bit. Did I leave out the wrong door or something? I'll kill you too, James. There's only one fucking door, bro. Oh, there we go. My mistake.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Yay! Yay! No. Don't. That's cheating. That's actual cheating, mate. Don't ever come near me and do that to me. Okay? Hey. Epic. Epic. Fucking cool. Way.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
Sorry, brother. Sorry, brother, man. So this is Eddie's own little chunk of Silent Hill. A meat locker with many oversized, fat chunks of meat on display. Eddie did kill a dog, but he never actually killed another person. He was just a bit of a mad guy And we can probably infer that he was a bit of a comfort eater as well, but also felt very insecure about his body. It's likely he had some degree of body dysmorphia, and just went round the bend a little bit. So, in regards to Eddie's trials, his judgment, he's failed. He didn't get it. And now we've only got Angela and James left to see if they get it, you know? Did he eat the dog? Maybe. Dog sandwich. I'll kill you too, James. Righto. Let's save up, and we're getting into the last arc of the game, really. We're going to the final environment. But before we do that, we've got another magic circle occurrence and another instance of water. So much like the entrance into Silent Hill, we've got a little bit of quiet time now. And another point of, I've come this far, it's too late to turn back now. But I'll keep on coming back to water as a key theme in Silent Hill 2. And because we're not too far off finishing the game, we'll be able to get into why I've got such a theme boner for water. River Styx referenced. In a way, because we read in the Historical Society that the Little Baroness, the ferry, did sink, and there were myths or rumors of the dead kind of clawing at future boats and such. Water as a spiritual device in Japanese culture is very symbolic of time, life, death. And in regards to Silent Hill, the spiritual power that the Native Americans that originally were situated here believed in, they said it came from the lake itself. And obviously the amount of fog and mist that we get is an extension of the lake itself. So we can see that as being a bit of a spiritual blanket for the town. And possibly why the town is able to take on these weird manifestations based on the internal repressed or conscious sins, quote unquote, of the people that are drawn to it, the people that are judged by the town. The only one that we've met so far that isn't being judged in some way is Laura. Child, innocence, you know. She has noted several times that she doesn't perceive any danger. And now that Eddie is out of the picture and Maria is out of the picture again, we're only left with Angela, who's definitely dealing with some shit, and James. We are going to bump into both Laura and Angela before the game closes out. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Laura's the mayor. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe she is Beelzebub. I guess it'd be Valtael, to be honest. Valtael is one of the gods of Silent Hill. That was kind of worshipped. referenced first in Silent Hill 3, but Masahiro Ito has kind of stated that it was a retroactive addition, and that Valtael, even though he was added to Silent Hill 3, kind of influences all of the games in some way, shape, or form, and that Pyramid Head is an extension of Valtael. But Pyramid Head is specific to James, and this is why a lot of people kick off when Pyramid Head is depicted outside of Silent Hill 2. Masahiro Ito has gone on record kind of sarcastically saying he wishes he never fucking made Pyramid Head because of all the ways that he was kind of poured out after Silent Hill 2. Like, Pyramid Head is in the Silent Hill movie, which isn't the worst movie of all time, but he's Pyramid Head is only in that movie because he's iconic. Doesn't actually have any relation to the events of Silent Hill 1, which the first Silent Hill movie is heavily built off of. But yeah, I can more or less confirm without many spoilers now that we know these characters are all experiencing different things in the town, that certain things are manifestations of certain things these characters are holding on to, be it, I guess, guilt is the primary driving force at the moment. It's definitely in Eddie's case, and I think we're going to be able to read a little article about Angela Orozco soon, but we can more or less determine already what Angela went through and what she probably did to find herself mixed up in Silent Hill's educational assault courses. We're on the way to James and Mary's special place. And saying that, the letter that we received, allegedly received, that brought James to the town in the first place, is now blank. There's nothing written on it. The picture is still fine and well. That is something we could determine as being objective and real, I guess. But the letter, James is the real one though. I'd have kept myself safe so quick. He's doing his darndest, man. We've still quite a bit to learn about James. And when we do learn a little bit more about him, we'll be able to take the gloves off. And we'll wrap up probably within the next hour and a half. We might be done by 11. We'll see how we get on. But this is another, as I say, this is another magic circle kind of being started. We are traveling linearly towards another point of no return. So this is deliberately long to give us time as a player to reflect on all the shit that's happened so far. And I think it does that very well because there's not much stimuli to really divert our attention. Really, we're only left with the things that came before us and the uncertainty of the fog as a visual metaphor and a narrative statement, really. We are going into the unknown. We've been given setup regarding Eddie and Angela and some context regarding why they're going through the events that Silent Hill has presented them. But the mist and the fog here and the limited line of sight infers that James is still foggy about certain details. It's beautiful, really. Yeah, I really like this sequence too. I really like this sequence too. And it is very long. Like, we've been doing this for a good minute and a half, 2 minutes already, at least. And I'm just holding forward. That's all I'm doing. They don't, man. It's a shame. I think Indie's the only one that's going to really hit this on the head, because Silent Hill was a bit of an accident. It was made to be a direct competitor to Resident Evil. And they took a bunch of misfits that were underperforming in the different departments in Konami. Team Silent was formed, and they kind of just accidentally made lightning in the bottle with the first game, and then completely knocked it out the park with Silent Hill 2. Which I still think this is definitely my favorite horror game of all time. I still think it's one of the best horror games of all time. I don't know what new horrors I'd really put up there, man. To be honest, I'm a big fan of Soma. Soma's one of my favorites as well. We'll revisit that at some point as well. Because the existential dread of Soma is just so well delivered. And it's done in a way that could only be done through a video game, really. There's some parts of Silent Hill 2 that you can only do for a game, but you could do this in a movie. I don't think you could with Soma. He's a fishing minigame. You're right, man. We need to see James with a big grin on his face, catching a big bass, and going, yes, man, fucking yes, get in, man, fucking yes, mate, buzzing as fuck. Oh yeah, dead wife. Because the actual gameplay in Silent Hill, apart from the puzzles and stuff, the combat is pretty trash. It works, but I think the Eddie boss fight displays all of the problems that the combat has. I've heard some people saying that really Eddie should have only taken one shot to be killed. And whilst I get that, I think if it only took one shot, we would feel more guilty about having killed him. Oh, we just done the letter. We just did the letter. And as I say, it's blank. After the Eddie boss fight, the writing on the stationery that originally we were brought to the town by is completely blank now. And this is a very brave section. Like, how long have we been rowing for? This is bold game design. I know it seems very simple, but it's only Silent Hill, and I mean even the fucking ladder in Snake Eater, which serves a very similar narrative purpose or contextual purpose to the rowboat in Silent Hill 2, as being a time of quiet for the player to kind of reflect on shit that's happened before and try to predict what's going to happen next. It's really quite impossible to do so. I think enough pieces might have been given to the player to understand what James's dilemma might be about. I'm gonna let the game say it. People that know will just know. And I ask that you just kind of bite your lip until we get to the closing moments of the game. I think enough pieces have been given to start taking some guesses as to who James is and the circumstances behind his visit to Silent Hill. But since we're going to Mary and James's historical special place in Silent Hill, I'm just gonna let the game do the magic. Circling back to the combat, I think they've got... Yeah, no, you are right. And I am a advocate for tank controls as well. But you're right, like, James is an everyman. He's not an action hero. He's not Mr. Military. And having to fight against the controls, it just adds to the layer of panic, really. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, mate. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's kind of one of the things I'm worried about with Silent Hill 2 because remake, because I've seen a lot of over-the-shoulder sort of aiming and stuff. You know, it should be obscure. Like the thing is with that, fixed camera angles, you can't always see what's coming towards you. You only know something's coming towards you because the radio tells you so. But it's always very much a case of proceeding into the unknown, you know? The radio indicates how far or close you are to a threat, but you don't know what that threat is. Sometimes even when it's right next to you. And horror is in the unknown, you know? It's what people are afraid of the most. It's why people are afraid of the dark. And it's why the human brain is still able to kind of manifest threats in the dark that don't actually exist. The mist kind of acts as a proxy for darkness. Silent Hill loses its atmosphere with free cam for me, at least. Yeah. It's why a lot of the American Silent Hills didn't really work, like Downpour. I mean, Downpour is considered the worst Silent Hill, I think. But when the West got hold of it, it just kind of lost a lot of that mystique. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Christmas, we're still going as well, man. I'm going to keep on going for a minute. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. But my thumb's starting to get an imprint. You know? But we move, we row. I'll get to the next section. Then I'm gonna have to drink some. I'm gonna have to get some water. I've just had a pint of rum and Dr. Pepper that I've been steadily working my way through, but that's the last of it. Oh, is it ever? Christmas on ice. I really respect this, man. If I am indeed not doing anything wrong, don't think I am, then this is brave, bro. This is bold game design, and it's such a simple thing as well, but it takes fucking balls. It takes balls to put an elongated section of linear traversal in any fucking video game, and I bet my bollocks that playtesters complained about it and that they didn't change it. I don't know if that's true, but I can't. I don't, knowing playtesters, I cannot imagine a world where playtesters wouldn't have said anything about this. Imagine going the wrong way. I think I'm on rails. Like, I think. Oh no. Oh no, baby. What have you done? Walk around and find out, motherfucker. I was on the edge of my bed shitting myself waiting for something to come out of the fog. Aha. Yeah, I'm not surprised, man. Yeah. Go towards the light. We're not too far off. This was a 180 from where I was. I think. Oh, no. About 45 degrees. I'll turn left a little bit first. Yeah, next save point. I'll just go grab some water quickly. All this water talk and splishing and splashing is making me thirsty. Shame, I've got a big fucking ring light in front of my face. But these games are best experienced in the dark, man. And these are the type of horror game that, yeah, I mean, all horror games give a bit more payoff if you play them in the dark. But like, there's a lot of horror games I still won't play without streaming them or with somebody else. Because it's just a different experience, man. But Silent Hill is one of those that I probably still would. Fucking game crashed, bro. Row your fucking boat. Crash me fucking game. Right. So what you up to for Christmas? What are you up to for Christmas then? You doing out for Halloween? What are you dressing up as? I'm gonna dress up as James. I took LSD, the walls of my living room, did the floating away meat. Oh fuck! Yeah, I like hallucinogen. I like my psychedelics, but whoa, yeah, man, that's visceral. I think the closest I've had to that is I don't know what I was watching, but there was an old woman on TV, and the longer I looked at this old woman, the more she turned into Satan. So I had to look away. I had to look away. Because the longer I looked, the more the old woman turned into Satan. Don't think she was Satan. I think she was just some old woman. Maybe I was just perceiving oncoming death. I hope the fucking game doesn't crash again, dog. That's gonna be very problematic for me if it fucking crashes again at the same place. Not because of the traversal, but because I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do to fucking fix it. I'd do a Google, probably. Yeah, meat walls are fucked. And mirrors, I've got a funny relationship with mirrors and psychedelics as well. Because I don't see it as myself anymore. You know? I just see it as the vessel. I've got a bit of a fascination with hands as well when I'm tripping. I think they're fucking hilarious for some reason. I'm like, these are fucking stupid. Just look how stupid these things are, man. Just weird, aren't they? So every time, if I need a bit of a pick-me-up, just look at my hands, and I'm like, this is fucking dumb. Because of a Scooby-Doo film. Those movies came on hard, though. I remember the first one. Like Rowan Atkinson or something. Please don't crash again, man. Oh yeah, but me and BB went to see Shrek the Musical on mushrooms, and I don't think we're even fucking flat out, man. We ate a lot of mushrooms, man. But they didn't fucking buck as hard as they should have. But suffice to say, it was a good time. Oh yeah, we did. We went to see one of those medium things with ghost people, man, at the theater as well. We took acid for that, and we were just crying, laughing. BB, I had to pretend BB was so scared she was crying because people were giving us looks, but we were just tripping, man, and just fucking great. But suffice to say, we were the only people on acid in the entire theater. We had the most spiritual connection to anything. We didn't see no ghosts. Didn't perceive any ghosts, man. And I'm pretty sure we were the only ones on acid there. Possibly. A lot of middle-aged people. Right, we passed the crash test. Congrats. What's this now? There's a fountain in the shape of a blade. No water is coming out of it right now. What's the menu on street? Oh God, that's such a good movie, man. I've only seen it once as well. That's a fantastic movie. That's a really good movie. I have to watch it again at some point. We got a little mermaid statuette of sorts. Ugh. Right, I'll hydrate because I need a bit of pep for this last bit. I want to keep the momentum strong because we're going to be discussing a lot. Oh, a map. Waiting for you. Room 312. That's the room that Mary and I stayed in. Yeah, I had to pretend that BB was having a ghost crisis. Ah, yeah. Anya Taylor-Joy's one of my favorites. BB can attest to that. Yes, indeed. Bit of a crush, you could say. Hey! Hey! Find me a save point. Let me just have a little kick. Ooh, gun bullets. Gun bullets. Put them in me socks. Them for later. Right. I love that we got the map instantly because we can just start the Silent Hill process of trying every door and getting them done. Yeah, man, homegirl looks like an alien, and I'm all about it. I'm all about it. And she's a good actress to boot as well, which always helps. But I generally always like her performances in anything I've seen her in. Some of that might just be the fact... Oh. Hey.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
Did jazz hands.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on a sister. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's a really sweet person. Laura, I love you, like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever.
Laura, how old are you?
26!
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago.
Uh-oh.
Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
friend Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura.
I gotta find it.
Laura!
So Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. It's more likely... I got the fish key. It's far more likely that she died a week ago. A drawing done by Laura. A cat? I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so. Can I play Moonlight Sonata, please? Nope. I got the fish key. Hey, let's get the shotgun out. How about it? Ah! Hey, 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 hey! Off. Oh, fuck my ass off! So, James is now dealing with abstract daddies as well. And there's always a bit of confusion as to why James is experiencing the abstract daddies outside of Angela's. People call it the something room. It's alliteration. Because much like Pyramid Head to James, the abstract daddy is kind of considered Angela's tormentor of sorts. But now James is seemingly able to manifest it as well. And it's kind of understood that the way that the abstract daddy is depicted also bears some relevance to James's own personal demons, so to speak. I'll be able to get into that a little bit more. Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Want a key for me, please? 312, the key to the room where Mary and I stayed. All right, we're making good progress. We are going to be finishing maybe within an hour's time. I'll try not to dilly-dally too much, man, because people got work tomorrow. Hold on, what did that say? There's a rectangular indentation. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. Huh? Play the music box. Do the doggy. So, 3 indentations. And we have in our possession a Little Mermaid music box. Bitchin'. So we're gonna have to find ourselves a couple more music boxes. We could probably guess. Looks like we're done on the first floor for now. So let's go up the stairs. Fucking Luigi's mansion. Let's go. I love Ouija. Bang! Stop screaming. Stop screaming. I tried to creep down the stairs when I went to get my water during that last cutscene without waking my cat up, but didn't work. Come on, shit mouth. Oh, there's an elevator. Let's read those key descriptions. Fish-shaped keychain and 312. So I'm looking for a fish door, so to speak, you know? I'm just going to try it on this one because it feels like one that I might be able to unlock. But I'm pretty sure we'll get a nice, like, Resident Evil indicator when the fish key is to come into play. But just for the sake of knowing I've tried it, I will try and brute force some of these doors a little bit. Any spicy little goblins waiting for me in the dark? Hey? Hi? Spicy goblins. Why don't you come and sit on the chair, you big freak? You'll make me nervous, man. Screaming in the night. Shotgun shells, because I need more of those. Suitcase is locked. Motherfucker. Hey. I got the key to hotel room 204. The key got me a key. It's almost as if they could have skipped a key, really, but hey, I'm here for it. Up in the name of James. Shotgun, double barrel saw on state. Pop off. There's a book on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them did any good. You try an exorcist, James. Bang! Go to bed, you clown baby. Right, was that all that was in here? Boring medical records and some shotgun shells. Let me just double check. There's a little note over there. Oh. Health drink. Got the smoothie. I'm getting a lot of ammo. It's a shame, really, because there's a chance I might have to let go of a lot of this stockpile I've been amassing before too long. Come on, motherfucker! Damn it, man. Do them no quarter. Obliterate them, James. Get fucked. Get fucked, man. It's amazing how much we've amassed here. We have a lot of ammo, but not all of it is going to be following us to the end of the game. So I'm going to try and unload as much of it as I can into goblins and ghouls, because that's what it's there for. Ultimately, it's too dark to read the map. Oh! Hello? Room service? I'm the cleaner. We've got the employee elevator key. Bitchin'. LARP. Lamp. I could probably brute force this, to be honest. If it is indeed a word, there's really only so many things it could be, you know? Duck, for instance. I'm not going to brute force it. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? What's this? What's this? What is this? Part of the photo has been coloured over with a marker, wouldn't you know? What's this? Just make sure I triple check this. What is clue? We don't have one yet. Not to my knowledge anyway. So I'm not going to brute force it. Odds are I will just be told what the fucking word is. Just the nature of a puzzle like that. Yeah, but there's not all the letters of the alphabet. There's a finite number of letters, i.e. like 6 per placement, whatever. So we'll be rotating back to there. We did get the employee elevator key. So for now, let's hightail it to the employee elevator. Like I said, if I generally I'll never brute force puzzles unless I really have to, or if it's Skyrim. But to be honest, it's not very hard to brute force anything in Skyrim. Can't use that here. Well, where can I use it then, idiot? Idiot dummy. Do I need to turn on depower, perhaps? That's a survival horror thing. Turning on power and that. Let's go first floor. Thankfully, this place isn't a nightmare to traverse. You dig? So let's just check the map on the first floor. Elevator. And let's just check that elevator there. Just so we know what's what. If it's not this elevator here, then we were talking about the logic puzzles in Skyrim yesterday, and how normally you can just walk into a room, and if it's a combination thing, like the turning animal stones, you can normally you can normally get it right on the second attempt without even checking the environment, just based on human logic and just thinking like a game designer. It's like, well, if I wanted to make a puzzle, I wouldn't line it up 3 in a row. I would do 1 3 2 or 3 1 2 or 2 3 1. It's never going to be 1 2 3. You know what I mean? So by already knowing how people think and how people try and trick other people, you can normally just smash through logic puzzles, because oftentimes people aren't as smart as they hope they're going to be in little puzzles like that. I mean, if in terms of the rotating stones, you got 9. Normally you've got 9, 16, or something like that. Total combinations. It wouldn't be 16, would it? It'd be like 12 if there's 4. You know. But I was saying yesterday that whenever I revisit Skyrim, for some reason, it's just easy to intuit. I don't think it's that deep. And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's simple because people aren't complicated. So in terms of rudimentary logic puzzles, you can intuit based on the ingredients that you're given what the likely answer is to be, without any context clues beyond the possible combinations that you're provided. How is it many more than 12? If you've got 3 stones with 4 beasties on them, check that little note paper there. Probably got passwords written all over it. Yeah. Does the bucket trick still work? Did they ever patch that out? I fucking love shit like that, and I'm always really frustrated whenever stuff like that's removed, because it's half the fucking fun. I remember this. No, not phone numbers. I'm still talking about Skyrim puzzles. Remember this stomping me. I think I have to do something to remove the ink. They did, but if you use the unofficial Skyrim patch mod, you can just turn it back on. Paste. And pretty much everybody runs that anyway, don't they, to be fair. What's my favorite Skyrim food? I fucking do not know. I truly do not know. Am I supposed to say sweet rolls? I don't fucking know. I just don't fucking know. All right. Are you happy? Boing, 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 boing. I think I'm supposed to find something to get rid of the ink on that thingy there. Right answer is big cheese. Yeah. Yeah, like the jank is the funnest part of Skyrim to me. Everybody fell down the rabbit hole, and I think a lot of people, when they come out of it, they realize they've been had, so to speak. Like Skyrim is exploitative as a game. I need to get into the goddamn basement. I'm sure there's a few Skyrim cookbooks and stuff, man. The World of Warcraft ones, so there's bound to be a fucking thingy. Storeroom is... Is that the storeroom? The big unmarked grey one? The Morrowind is it's truly a shame what happened to that lineage of games. Like, what is it? Starfield, fucking Space Rim is just sad. That game is so devoid of joy. It's fucking baffling to me. How you could spend that much time and money on something and not realize it's just bereft of enjoyment. Like I wanted to like it, man, but about 5 hours in, I was like, I need a game with writing in it. There's no writing in this game. It would try and have me, oh, fuck my ass off. It would try and have you believe there's writing in it, but if you squint your eyes, there's not actually any writing in it. It's just a bunch of white men laughing at you. Oh, hello. Oh, can of finna. Can of beans. Bean sauce. At the bean sauce. That a New Game Plus without finish? Why does it not warn you? Yeah, well, New Game Plus is like part of the narrative, innit? But how conceited is that? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, it's supposed to be really fucking... supposed to be short and not complicated. It's actually multiple dimensions. Couldn't tell you. Nah, man, it's such a shame, man, because I really wanted to like it, because I want a big space romp like the one that was being pitched by them. But it just wasn't there. And the enjoyment comes from pretending that it is, which is really fucking sad, innit? You shouldn't have to LARP in a game to make it fun, you know? There's also some stuff I really liked, man, but when you spent 5 to 10 hours into it, if you've got fucking 2 brain cells to knock together, you just realize how shallow it is, man. Fucking like, it's just a big groan. And they pretty much admitted in interviews that they just want modders to finish it. They just, like, so I might go back to it once the community has made it better for free. So sad. Yeah, absolutely. But there's still a big hole left for somebody to come and do the big space opera RPG, you know, that Firefly-esque. Yeah, it's not rocket science. Pardon the pun. Kill. That was a puzzle. Can't watch streamer too handsome and making me feel gay. All right, we're all actually gay. In Silent Hill, everyone is gay. So you can stay, and we won't burn you at the stake. Not yet. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. We've got the Cinderella music box. I liken myself to... I'm wearing glass slippers right now. I do it, like, so you can see my toes, like, stuffed in to a tiny, fragile crevice. It's really uncomfortable, man, but I just look so glamorous. We got the second music box, right? Boing, boing. Where are we going next? Elder Scrolls leaves enough out for me to literally go and consume other media to explain what the fuck is going on, and that gets, yeah, absolutely, a little bit of mystique, man. The Dark Souls effect, you know, which ironically takes some pages out of Silent Hill's book in terms of inspecting items and stuff, and really kind of organizing and categorizing things within your own head instead of just being served it via exposition and just some characters saying, you are Superman in space, Dragon Man. We've got two music boxes. Yeah, man, it just felt like when characters were talking to in Starfield, they were almost just being sarcastic. It's just like, you've got to play the video game. You've got to do the things that video games make you do, and that is your job. Hello? Is that a woman? If there's any woman in here, please hold my hand. If there's a woman in this hotel, I ask that you please be my girlfriend. 312 elevator key. But I don't think the elevator's working, man. Oh, wait. Was the employee elevator the one that I got the thinner in? Motherfucker. I will refer to the video game guidebook that is beside my person. Because I want to try and bookend this in a sensible time without completely breaking the experience. So let's go downstairs. Let's just do our due diligence. Yeehaw. I think in New Game Plus, James should unlock a cowboy hat. And if you press oh, I didn't know you could do that with a camera, bro. I was going to say, I was looking for a button that didn't do anything. And I pressed L2, and it turns out you could do all sorts of shit. You can do all sorts of shit, man. You might be able to do flips. Is this not the employee elevator then? I just had to double check. This is where we got the ink thinner. Right, just wanted to check. Boing, boing. Too drunk to type. So, oh, fucking hell. I'll be there with you, man. I don't really drink much anymore, but I had a bottle of rum left over from my birthday. I polished off most of it when we were streaming yesterday, and I polished off the rest of it just now. Now I'm just on water. I'm getting too old to drink anyway, to be honest. But yeah, no, special occasion. Silent Hills this is a special occasion. That's how exciting I am. Me playing a fucking 23-year-old video game is a special occasion these days. And I'm all about it. Right. Cinderella music box. 202's door. Cross over to the mid-east corridor. Second floor, mid-east corridor. Right. See if I can orient myself just from that. Boingy! Put it in the freaking slot. What do you mean? What do you mean, you creep? Oh, I've got to put them in a certain order. That's why. Right, let's get all the music boxes. And then we can fucking faff about with them. I think they have to go in a certain order. East. Boing. But you had me fooled because it's not a fucking elevator, is it? Right, red square. So we actually have to, if we try and enter this elevator now, can't do it. It's because the elevator is built for the weight of one person. Now I know what you're thinking. James is only one person. The only problem is James is one person and all of the ammo, guns, and equipment that he's carrying. So we actually have to put this stuff away. Get these drinks first. I think I have to put it in here, bro. Shelf is empty. Yeah, I know that. How do I put stuff in there, man? How do I put it in there? Oh, I need to read the weight note. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Christmas crackers, man. Where's this? Aha. Our memo's hanging here, but now cool is written. There is a little notice somewhere that should say employee regulations posted here. They got nothing to do with me. What about this one? What about that one there, James? No? No smoking, James. I think there should be a little sign somewhere that says no big boys allowed. Sorry about that. All right. Christmas. Right. So we have to unburden ourselves. We've got to empty our entire inventory. A little bit heartbreaking. But think of how fast we're gonna be. I just hope nobody comes and steals my shit. Oh, don't tell me I have to put on my put away my torch and all, man. Oh, Toby Carvery, man, that's not fair. Right, I've unburdened myself. Take me away. No worries, my friend. You know, I know how it goes down. And we'll be back tomorrow. But in any case, it was good to see you anyway, Matt. We'll be running it up on YouTube for a bit, I think. If not, we'll be remaining here for streaming and all sorts. Good to see you, my friend. I'm going to try and clock off before too long myself anyway. But thank you very much, man. Yeah, absolutely, bro. You're always welcome. You know where we're at. Sweet dreams, hombre. Hey! Pizza party. Fuck off. Hey! Get the fuck out of my way now. Ow, I've got no healing items. I've got no healing items. Hey! Pizza party. Get the pizza out of the fridge. Hey! Pizza party. Hey, hot dogs. Can with no label on it. We need a can opener. Might be hot dog in it. Might be a dog hot. Hot dogman. Hey. Hey, jukebox, baby. Lamp on the counter. We need a light bulb. Locked. We need a key card. Hey. James, come to my pizza birthday party. Hey, what's the matter? Why won't you go? Please, James. Hey. Variety of canned food. Out of my way. This is bullshit. I protest. This is a real doozy. Hey there. Got the bar key. At least it's giving me health snacks and like breakfast bars and that now that I've abandoned all of my goodness, you know. I put my jar of Nutella upstairs and I need it now more than ever. Hey, out of my freaking way. Hey, ladies. Ladies. Just want an ice cream party with my dead wife. My dead wife. I tried to use... Oh, it's too dark to find a keyhole. You for fucking real? You're a fucking turd sandwich, mate. For real, for real. What? What's this grey area? What's this room without doors and such? And what's the circle indicating in the kitchen? Is that the can? The iconic can? Right, I'm gonna have to make a break for the stairs or some shit, dog. He cannot find, because I had to put my torch in the locker upstairs, and James cannot discern where the keyhole might be because it's a little bit dark in here. It will fucking makes a whole lot of sense to me. Christmas. Pizza party. Right. Let's make a break for... We'll try the boiler room one more time. What was the item we picked up in the boiler room? It was the bar key, which we can't use because we need a light bulb. But the fucking thing there. Excuse me, ladies, please. I'm married to a dead woman. Out of my way, please. Thank you. A pizza party. Tiptoe, tiptoe. All right, progress. All right, progress. Silent Hill. On DVD, no less. I'm just kidding. That's a cassette tape. I'm just kidding. Floppy disk. Hey. Boinky, boinky, boinky. Okay, we're making progress. Yeah, clicky stair noise is pretty lit. Let's just try that again. Remember, 100 footstep sound effects. Akira Yamaoka-san. Bit of a goat. Not really a goat. He's actually a man. I got the rifle shells. All right, time to party celebrate. Right, Chekhov's room. Can't discern anything else. Might have just been the shells, but I'm a bit sus. So I'm just checking. Oi, oi, oi. So. Was just the videotape in the office, or was there anything else? Oh, we got the can opener, bitch. You know what that means? Time for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hope it's not a shit can opener. I.e. every can opener that's ever been made. Oh! Music box. Lucky I saw that, man. That was blended in quite well. There are tea bags and cookies here. They're all past their expiration dates. Doesn't matter. Calm down. I guess they're still okay, but I'm not hungry. Are you not hungry, Doug? I'm hungry. I'm hungry as hell just watching you run around, man. You need some carbohydrates or something to get you... You've been doing a lot of running, James. I'm worried about you. Right, let's go open the beans and that. It's time for beans, I suppose. I don't think there's actually going to be beans in there. It's probably going to be a light bulb. And you have to ask, how did a light bulb come to be in a can that needed opening? You have to ask. It's just survival horror things, isn't it? I guess. Right, are you happy? We went through all of that trouble to get a fucking light bulb. You probably could have pulled one out of the roof or something. All right, we've done it now. Are you happy, James? Better be happy. You better be grinning from ear to ear. Right, we have the video type, okay? Make quick work of this. Right, we want to go and reclaim our inventory. Thankfully, we made quick work of a lot of the goblins and ghouls. But that's not to say we won't be accosted on our way to retrieving our goods. It's quite a nice trick to remove the inventory. It's in a survival horror game because survival is horror. Yep, ba 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 ba. Not so fast. Retrieve everything. Let's do a quick save. All right. We're going to finish this in pretty good time, to be honest. If we were really in gear, we could have done this in 6 hours. The game is typically completed in about 8 to 10 hours. So we're still not doing that bad, to be honest. Especially given we put the puzzles on hard. Get the fuck out of here. Oh. Hello? Oh. Oh. Right, we have the 3 music boxes, don't you know? And I believe there is an order to the placement, but I cannot remember where we get that information. Oh, wait a second. They'll be on the actual music boxes probably. No? How about on... Oh, okay. I get it. Okay, so we got 3 little... Was shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. Even so, I believe that she was happy. And finally... Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be. From this, we have to kind of glean... We have to identify which order we put these little music boxes in. Probably quite an easy one, to be honest, in relation to some of the stuff that we've done. So we had... let's go through the prompts again. Plus, shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. Cinderella, right? It can only be Cinderella. This one, even so, I want to believe that she was still happy. And beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be. It can... This Snow White. And finally, the Little Mermaid. I'm not going to ruminate on that one too much. Pretty. Hotel stairway key. Right, let's crack on. Because the hammer's about to drop. All right. We're getting there. We haven't much time left. Strap in. Silent Hill is written on the label of the VHS in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
Welcome back, Miles. We're in the final sprint of the game, don't you know? We're getting towards the end, and we've just had the biggest hammer of the game dropped. But I'm not going to speak on it just yet. Now that we've had that revelation, you might notice the hotel has changed. And it's generally understood that the way it's depicted now is how it is actually is. The hotel was burnt down, which is why it closed initially. So James entering the hotel and it looking kind of normal is seen as one of his manifestations of a better time, so to speak. So we have entered the Nightmare Hotel now, as it's referred to. So similar to the Nightmare Hospital and Nightmare Town, etc. The rules of engagement have changed a little bit. Things are going to be a little bit fucky from here on out. Some areas aren't going to be accessible anymore. Some of the environment is going to make less and less sense. And generally, it's just going to be a bad time. But we are in the final sort of sequence of the game. Shit. This can affect your ending. I just need to remember if it's
Going to die? You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
I need to quickly remind myself, because I'm pretty sure that recording has quite a big effect. On the ending, so I just want to double check because I'm going for a very particular ending, and I'm not going to be too pissed off if I don't get it. By my reckoning, so far, we've done everything right, so I might as well. Right. We got to at least experience that little bit of added context, the conversation between James and Mary, but I'm gonna nix that in favor of the ending that I'm going for. But we just saved. So we're still goody. We're still good to continue. But just to be safe. Oh, that's been blocked off. Just gonna run a quick reset there, and we're back on track. There are some very subtle things that can heavily impact the little score behind the scenes. Are you gonna see some weirdness going on with these doors and me warping about as well? It turns into a bit of a Scooby-Doo haunted house. You know what I mean? Looking a little bit more fucky. Nope. We had a dog in this. I mean, there is the dog ending, but It'd make it a lot better, but they probably kill the dog, so... Or Eddie would kill the dog, as he is off to do. Boy just loves shooting dogs. God, we're really close to the end. We've done very well to chop through this as efficiently as we have, to be honest. Down, down, down. Uh-oh. Hey, I fucking see ya, you dirty bastard. Wriggling around. This ain't amnesia anymore. Because I remembers. So I do. It's all come back to me. I killeth the wife. Yeah, man. Akira Yamaoka-san, he really knocked out the park, man. Again, having the music guy do the sound effects as well, in good, proper, trained hands, like Yamaoka, it makes it so fucking cohesive. And he really went far to make sure the game was audibly cohesive, man. I keep on talking about the around 100 different sound effects recorded for footsteps alone. Like he went the mile, bro. Gosh, we are very close to the end. The music and sound dev, same person working on it, can make sure the image is exactly, yes, boy. Absolutely. It's I mean, I want to do everything in my fucking games, but hold up.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Oh. Angela, probably the most tragic character in Silent Hill 2. This is the last we're going to see of Angela. And a nice little environmental addition is these flayed bodies that are kind of displayed as objects. Angela was abused by her dad in pretty disgusting ways, and it's also believed that her brother was involved as well. Because of this, Angela was ultimately driven to killing her dad and running off, eventually ending up in Silent Hill to undergo the trials based on her eternalized guilt for what she did to her dad, because as she stated there, she believes she deserves all of the misfortune that came her way. We know that she doesn't, but unfortunately it wasn't our decision to make, and ultimately Angela succumbed to the judgment that Silent Hill was trying to put on her. In a similar light, James witnessing Mary, or Maria rather, dying or being killed multiple times is believed to be a way of Silent Hill trying to make James come to terms with what he did to Mary. James's wife was very, very sick, and James was kind of so dejected by this that eventually he stopped kind of visiting her at the at the hospital quite as much as he should have, which is inferred in the letter that Mary wrote to Laura before Mary was given leave to go and spend her final days at home with James. She was always terminal, but because of Mary's sickness, James kind of grew some level of disdain towards Mary, and quite a lot of sexual frustration as well. He became an incel. The very definition, involuntarily celibate. And this is why we see a lot of sexualized imagery and depictions of the female form in regards to the mannequins, the nurses, and Pyramid Head's oppressive behavior towards the mannequins and other female visages throughout Silent Hill. For all intents and purposes, all of the monsters that we've witnessed so far have been some manifestation of James's perceptions of his dying wife, his resentment and frustration towards her. No, it wasn't Mary's fault that she got as sick as she did, and she understood why James might feel this way. It's not necessarily right that James started to disdain his wife, but that's kind of what makes Silent Hill 2 so relatable, because there is an unfairness to that in a way on both of them. So James stuck it out and eventually would put his wife out of her misery. Now, this is believed to have been a mutual decision Mary wanted to die because she was suffering hardcore. But James found his way to Silent Hill because of the guilt that he carries over committing the act. And if we go to read Mary's letter now, it turns out the letter didn't actually exist. Originally, we had a fully written letter. Then the writing went after the boss fight with Eddie. Now the letter has entirely ceased to exist. Whereas the letter we got off of Laura, that was given to Laura from Mary before she left the hospital, does still exist. And in this, Mary kind of states that James was a bit of a mardy ass, wasn't always the happiest chap. But suffice to say, Mary and James did have a good relationship at some point. 9 red squares. Red squares have always been our save point throughout the entire game. Generally, it's only ever been 1 red square. The fact that there's 9 is either a big slap on the head from the game developers telling us to save the fucking game, or it's a possible allusion to like the 9 circles of hell or something like that. There's not much of the Divine Comedy inferred or kind of presented within Silent Hill 2. So I'm pulling, that's a bit of an ass pull. But 9, don't know what else to do with that. Leave her alone! Leave us alone! Oh, South Park, man. That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to scratch my brain to see if I actually. I don't know. I don't know if I've heard much of a better analysis, or if there's been any quotes or anything on it.
That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth.
Tick boom.
Now it's time to end this.
Motherfucker. I have lots of ammunition, and I'm going to shoot it at the bratty bus. And there is nothing in there can do. Ooh, pyramid heads! Wow! Uh-oh. Well. Good job we've got all the health items in the world. Where's my rifle? There. Fucking hell, brother! Brother! Combat, bro. Combat, bro. Oof! Look at that. Man, if I use the shotgun, do I have? Oh, James. Fucking hell. Like, we're just gonna brute force it, man. Like, this is a little bit bullshit, but it's fine. If we have to trade, then we'll trade. I've got the health ammo. I've got the health items for it, you know. Maybe I should just handgun, but the hunting rifle does a lot more damage. Don't want to be here all night. Excuse me. And I need to get back into the habit of reloading in the menu, because we can do it just like that, you know. Go on then, fucking hell. Maybe I should bait their attacks first, actually. Nah, don't make a difference. don't make a difference. They've got time for 2 attacks whilst I'm winding back from shooting 1 bullet at a time. I think we've executed everything well enough to get the ending that I'm striving for. Whoa. Oh, fuck. I should have counted. I wasn't counting. Did you actually reload that? Yeah, you did. Who's going chicken hunting? We's going chicken hunting. Christopher. Right, well, we've got a lot of healing items, you know. This game can be a little bit bullshit on hard for combat, which is why I picked normal for the combat. But as I say, I'm glad that the riddle difficulty is separated. That's pretty based, and I don't think I've ever seen that done before or since Silent Hill. Oh, fuckery, fuck. Fuckery, fuck, James. Woof! Yeah! One more? Yep. Oh, we done it. That was foreshadowed in the Historical Society, but also was foreshadowed in the Toluca Lake prison. If you'll remember, at the gallows, the place where we entered the tablets of the gluttonous pig, oppressor, and seductress, there was a depiction of 2 pyramid heads, and in the middle was a hanged man. So that was foreshadowing towards the duo pyramid head fight that we've just successfully and stylishly maneuvered our way through. We're gonna get some eggs off these boys. I don't know what the eggs symbolize. Something, I'm sure, but I don't know. Yeah, the 9 squares throws me off a bit. I don't really know. I'll see if I can find anything on it before we start Remake. And based on how much energy I have when the credits are rolling, we'll give this a bit of a pat down. But anything I do miss tonight, we will definitely go over when we do Remake, because I'm going to be moment to moment. Anybody that didn't check into these streams, they're just going to have to eat spoilers. I will be somewhat delicate in how I point things out.
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Easily the best performance in the entire game. I really like all of the performances in this game. But Mary's is easily the most visceral and kind of realistic. you know. It's important we listen to that entire cutscene as well. We could have just barreled through this corridor, but in order to get the ending that I'm going for, it is vital that we listen to that entire cutscene. We need to show the game that we care about Mary and not Maria, because there were opportunities to invest more time and care into Maria, but even things as simple as bumping into Maria, like just stumbling into her, will knock. There's affinity scores behind the scenes, and things like checking in on Maria when she's in the hospital, or the scene when we leave the room where she dies for the second time and she's showing that she has some sort of affliction. If we choose to re-enter that room, Maria will get some points. You know what I mean? Likewise, we have to show that we care about James as well. Like James has the kind of tenacity and the self-care to go through this and to kind of seek solutions and answers for himself. If we did things like, which I think I did once, inspect Angela's knife a bunch of times, if we don't check Mary's letter, if we read certain things, if we listen to that cassette tape that I reset the game for, these will add or deduct points to James's sort of well-being, his own affinity score. But we can tell the game that James is suicidal. What we've done is the opposite. We've been healing him as soon as possible. We've not been leaving him in the red for too long, which will tell the game that we don't really care about James, that James doesn't really care about himself. But because I've been so quick to heal myself, we're telling the game that James wants to continue, push on, and try and work out what it all means. Mary was killed about a week ago, and it's canon that when we arrive in Silent Hill, Mary is actually in the back seat of the car. A lot of people like to try and say that Mary is in the trunk of the car, but based entirely off the fact that this is a Japanese game, that could not possibly be the case. And there's another reason I know this to be true, but it's based on one of the endings that we're not going to get today, but I will discuss it because it plays heavily into my allusions towards water and why water is so important to the Silent Hill 2 mythos and to Japanese culture. If anybody's familiar with the Japanese act of shinju, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't, we're very near the end, and we'll get into that shortly. It's the way the Japanese generally. I don't want this to sound off-putting. They respect the dead better in many respects. Putting a dead body in the trunk is considered a very American thing to do. James still has respect for his wife, even though he snuffed her out. People tend to extrapolate the fact that the team studied American culture a lot, and they pass it on as kind of a reason towards James having put Mary in the trunk. And there was a point where I believed that Mary was in the trunk, but it's more or less been confirmed after the fact by Masahiro Ito and others that Mary is in the back seat. But as I say, there was a time I believe she was in the trunk as well. But to that effect, it's kind of a Schrodinger's Mary to some effect. It's kind of believed that whatever ending you get will determine whether or not she actually was in the back of the car. This is one of the things that you kind of have to make your own mind up on. But I believe in all kind of occurrences. You know, he's arrived here with the same purpose. No matter what ending you're going to get in the end, you always start the journey out the same. So it's not too much of a leap to assume that whatever the circumstance that you finish with, that Mary was always in the back of the car. But her being, just to reiterate, her being in the back of the car and not in the trunk stems from primarily from a Japanese cultural perspective, which I'll be able to get into a little bit more when I discuss one of the other endings. The ending that we're going to get, there's three endings that I considered canon because it doesn't really matter. Like there isn't a sequel or anything, but there is one ending in particular that is considered canon, capital C. And it's not the ending that we're going for today. I'm going for what we refer to as the leave ending. The two other endings that we can get on a first-time playthrough are the in-water ending and you can't get the rebirth ending on this, the Maria ending. So there's the leave ending, Maria ending, and the in-water ending. After an initial playthrough, once you complete the game once, you can get the rebirth ending if you pick up certain items throughout the game. You can get the dog ending and the UFO ending as well, with two of those being joke endings. Today we're going for the leave ending, which is the same ending we went for and achieved when we went through the game for the first time on stream a few years back. Because I think it has the best emotional payoff. And cinematically, it's probably the best one. But I've been knocking you over the head with the water references and stuff throughout. So it feels only right to kind of go over the two other canon endings that we're able to achieve once we wrapped up this one. Who knows? Maybe I fucked up. If I don't get the leave ending, because of how I treated Maria, we will get the in-water ending. But I don't think I've mistreated James or Mary enough to warrant that ending. We'll find out.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No, I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
There's a few things going on with this this enemy design, which are probably quite obvious. Just in case. Get off me! The reverse crucifix, the nun outfit, and the fact that she's confined to a bed frame. Again, we've had a lot of allusions to bed frames and being confined to them, which is why the abstract daddy, Angela's tormentor of sorts, bled over into James's manifestations of guilt because he kind of related to it in some way, shape, or form, if that makes sense. But this is it. It's not the most. Oh shit! I shouldn't have done that. It's not it's not the most climactic of boss fights, but we've even got a bed in the middle of the room. You know what I mean? Not the most climactic of boss fights. I guess it doesn't need to be really. It's more symbolic than anything else, I suppose. Well, I think she's nearly dead. I mean dead. Similar to another Konami title, we have to pull the trigger. If anybody's played Snake Eater, you'll notice some similarities here, which I think is quite quaint, because some similar themes, but ultimately we have to be the one to pull the trigger. We have to be the one to go through with this. I don't know how I missed the first one.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life.
We did it.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness.
Coon. Remember.
I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter's gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
So this is the leave ending, and James is gonna fulfill Mary's wish of adopting Laura. Just, I guess Laura is a free agent. just adopt kids that you find in spooky towns. Not gonna lie, I fully resent James. Some people have to do this shit for so long, and he had to stick it out for 3 years max. It's tricky. I don't know, like, because Mary wanted to go down the way that she did. But yeah, it's a mixed bag for a lot of people, I think. He was so much of a dick in the hospital that even the other patients noticed. Yep. You're not wrong. I think one of the brave things about Silent Hill 2 is how kind of honest it is and realistic, because it's just human people. You know what I mean? You could believe somebody in James's position growing to resent just for the situation and the unfairness that, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong in any way, shape or form for either of the characters. But it's believable in that you can empathize to some degree, I think. But she was the one dying and in pain, not him. Yes, it's hard, and I'm sure he was in pain, and it was selfish reasons, not because she was suffering. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not letting James off the hook by any means. But I think the resonance of the story and the reason it kind of stick with people and the reason people are quite haunted by it is because what he did is shocking. Like it was an act that he obviously wasn't comfortable with, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up here. Guy Seehee, Monica Hogan, Donna Burke, David Schaufeller, Jakey Breckenridge, Dominic Allen, Dennis Fault, all knocked it out the park, man. I think Mary's performance at the end kind of seals the deal in terms of who wins the trophy. You made a dying woman feel guilty for not fucking you, James, and she excused him up until the end. I understand the resentment, but he expressed that resentment openly to the point that she was aware. Fair enough. I can't argue with that. Certainly not. We'll go over the other endings as well, the other quote-unquote canon endings. Yeah, I do want to see how, because to my knowledge, the remake does try and achieve the other endings. I don't know whether that's through gameplay execution or just the endings themselves, but I pretty much know that the Maria ending exists, and therefore it's not a long shot to kind of predict that the in-water and the leave endings are in the remake as well, which we're gonna bookend this stream by going over, and then tomorrow we're going to get into the remake immediately. We're not gonna fuck about. We're just gonna plow straight into it, and tomorrow I'm going to be a little bit more open with spoilers and pointing things out moment to moment in terms of monster symbolism and stuff, because whilst I could try and go over what all the creatures and all the set pieces and motifs kind of symbolized, now it's tricky to do that without visual cues. You know what I mean? So I'll probably leave that kind of analysis for tomorrow, because it will be a lot easier to do if I'm able to just take the gloves off and give everything a proper dressing down in the moment. But we're not completely done for tonight yet, because the other endings tell very different sorts of stories about the fate of James and what might become of him after the fact if we didn't go down the leave ending route of kind of doing our best to respect Mary and respect James and his agency within the thing by keeping him healthy, not directing him towards suicidal inclinations or urges. We got fucking 10 stars, bitch. We smashed that. Yeah, it's a hell of a fucking, it's a hell of a ride, and I'm quite surprised that we did it as efficiently as we did. I love the way that the boat stage has a timer. I didn't remember that. Boat max speed. Okay. I think the time you spend in the boat does have some effect on how your outcomes play out. But we did very well with that. We didn't plow through the puzzles and riddles either. I hope to God that the riddles are preserved in the remake, but I also kind of hope they're not just copied and pasted, because otherwise we'll have a pretty easy time. I think I mean, I'll read up a little bit without trying to spoil anything. We might go for hard combat, hard riddles if they give us the option. There are some balance issues with hard combat in the original, but gaming expectations, conventions, and development design traditions in general have obviously changed quite a lot over the last 23 years. Yeah, we're 23 years since the original, and I was very pessimistic about a remake because it just felt like one of those games that didn't need a remake. I think this game is still a masterpiece, even without all the bells and whistles of modern tech, but there is some benefits to doing the remake in regards to presenting it to a new audience and hopefully inspiring a new generation of creatives, not just game designers and stuff, but writers and artists and all sorts, man, because the level of attention to detail, context, thematics, symbolism, metaphor, psychology is surgical in a way that we haven't really seen done before or since in regards to video games. There is nothing quite like Silent Hill 2 in terms of how exacting it is with its portrayal of torment, guilt, persecution, like self-persecution, self-hatred, external hatred. You know, it's a fucking real whirlwind, and one of the things I respect so much about it is its honesty, and it's not afraid to walk that line. There is nothing in the game to say that James is a good person, not at all. Not even with this ending, which is the quote unquote good ending. This is the ending that we would if out of any of the endings we're able to take away any of James's goodness, you know, because it's such a realistic non-gamey sort of narrative pull, really. Just that brutal honesty of having a protagonist who is all protagonists that weren't new to games at all, but to this level I still haven't. It's trepidatious, you know. The Team Silent weren't afraid to go the mile in terms of presenting these very human characters that don't all deserve to come out of this in one piece. Angela is probably the most sympathetic character in the game, the most tragic character in the game, purely because she didn't deserve any of it, but she still succumbed to her own degrees of judgment just, and it's nobody's fault. You know what I mean? The town is just doing its thing. She wasn't being persecuted for hating herself. It wasn't her fault that she hated herself, but she hated herself to the point where she decided it wasn't worth proceeding. She wasn't able to overcome, and it's very sad, but that's just the fact of the matter. We can't argue against that. We can't judge her for that. Everybody's decisions are their own, and it's just that we were given agency through James that we were able to go about changing certain variables behind the scenes in order to get this particular ending. And the way he goes, "No way, I would never kill myself," is so telling. But of course it is, because we never gave him any suicidal inclinations. We didn't inspect the knife. We gave him something to live for. We kept him healthy. We didn't entertain the visage of his dead wife, his sexualized vision of his visions of his dead wife, his idealized projections of his dead wife. We didn't entertain those things. But we're going to go through the other endings now. But of course he didn't want to kill himself. Of course he didn't have that inclination because we didn't give him it. You know? Game result. All right. Double saved. Right. We'll wrap up with the two other endings that I discussed. We'll start with the Maria ending, and then we will do the in-water ending, which is the capital C considered canon overall ending to Silent Hill 2. And this is going to give a nice bit of context that will pad out this stream quite well, I think, and properly lead into we'll do Doggy last for a little bit. Yeah, for a little bit. Yeah, we'll do Doggy last. Yes, we'll start with the Maria ending. I'll keep my cam on and I'll talk over it when it's appropriate.
James, I've been waiting.
Mary, I'm sorry it took so long.
Before we get into the mirror ending, one thing I'm very surprised I didn't point out. Christina Aguilera Teen Choice Awards. I give you Christina Aguilera at the Teen Choice Awards. Kind of absorb this for a second. Kind of absorb what she's wearing. If I may be so bold. Just kind of internalize what Christina Aguilera was wearing at the Teen Choice Awards.
Didn't you want to see me?
Yes, I wanted to see you. Even an illusion of you. That's why I came here.
It's not true, is it? You killed me.
I couldn't watch you suffer.
Don't make excuses, James. I know I was a burden on you. You must have hated me. That's why you got rid of me.
It's true. I may have had some of those feelings. It was a long 3 years. I was tired.
That's why you needed this Maria person? James, Do you really think I could ever forgive you for what you did? James. James.
He's shot twice as well. Interesting.
You killed Mary again?
That wasn't Mary. Mary's gone. That was just something Maria? Maria?
What, James?
I want you. I want you with me.
Are you sure?
Come on. Let's get out of here.
What about Mary?
It's okay. I have you.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Me for, I stay. I'm afraid your life to forget me. You made.
Pete's Bolorama. How can you just sit there and eat pizza? As I pointed out,
You'd better do something about that cough.
you know what? You know what will happen if you don't. Quite snappy. Maria ending. James chooses to leave with the fractured projection of his dead wife, wearing the clothes of Christina Aguilera at the Teen Choice Awards. When they leave Silent Hill, Maria starts coughing. So we know that nothing's been learned, and it's probably going to happen again. Nothing has been learned. It's just gonna happen all over again. It's quite a cut to black ending, but it's a necessary ending. I've just been Googling about a little bit, trying not to Google the wrong things, and I think Bloober Team might have put some more endings in the game. We're gonna have a fucking field day with the remake. I'm really, really excited to sink my teeth into that. We're gonna next play the in water ending. As I say, in a lot of people's minds, and to my mind, this is the canon ending. This is the de facto most fitting end to the game, and it's gonna bring about all of my references. I'm pointing to water. We've even got the lake on display here. We had lots of water towards the end. At every fucking turn, wherever there was an opportunity to point out water, I I did so. And we're going to see why, and we'll talk a little bit about it. And maybe we'll do the rebirth endings as well. Okay, I've got a little bit of juice left in me.
Mary?
Sex and Death, Eros and Thanatos.
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? Maria, I'm done with you.
What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not Mary.
No, James. I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back.
Boom! Boom!
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die.
I missed a scene somewhere, and I'm trying to think where I missed it, but we do actually see some clips of Mary being smothered by James.
You killed me.
The fact that she was smothered is quite significant as well.
It's enough, James.
And data miners found within the game files, it used to be a bit more graphic. Mary didn't go as quietly as she does in the final
James.
release of the game. But within the game files, there are vocal clips that exist of, yeah, they're not pretty or easy to listen to. I think I've only listened to them twice, just because they are pretty uncomfortable to listen to. But in the game, in the scene where we do see Mary being smothered, it's kind of just over it's like static and stuff, and it's a bit glitchy.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did.
Oh.
You made me happy.
You might be a bit confused because there wasn't much visual clarification. And with me saying that this is considered by a lot of superfans to be the de facto ending, it might seem a bit underwhelming. So I will elaborate a little bit before we move on to some of the quirkier endings. In Japanese culture, there is a term or an act known as shinju, which means family suicide. It could almost be considered a social practice, a bit of a grim one, but you know, something with cultural significance nonetheless. Shinju generally is where a man will murder his wife. I'm gonna get flagged so hard. Usually by suffocation with a pillow or drowning. Same goes with the kids, if there are kids. Then the man will off himself by driving into the water and, of course, drowning, kind of going through the same fate that he put his wife or family through. It's pretty dark, but my point here is that all of these endings are equally valid to the creators as well. There's a lot of suicidal symbolism throughout the game, but also ones of acceptance and moving on, along with delusion and escape from reality. James drove to the town with plans of suicide, but his experiences in Silent Hill can be interpreted as his final doubts and his coming to terms with whichever decision he decides to take. There is no true ending, but because of the heavy themes of water that start with the main menu, for whatever reason, whenever I play it on PC, the background doesn't render the water. But the very first image that we are presented with before James starts his journey is water. From this, we can kind of extrapolate that this was James's initial thought or motivation. It was the thing that defined his reason for going to Silent Hill, with Mary in the back of his car to commit the act of Shinju. This is why it's generally believed that this is the de facto ending, although there is no true ending. In every ending except for Leave, it'd be impossible for James to return, and even then, he probably wouldn't want to. He probably wouldn't want to, you know. A lot of people try and dispute the fact that the In-Water ending is considered by many to be the most fitting end. I think that's because it's one, it's so abrupt, and two, it's not a happy ending. Say what you will about James, there are a lot of people that will always strive for the good ending because it's the good ending, because it's the one that leaves a little bit of hope in its outcome. James accepts what he's done, not happy with it, but he carries on his wife's wishes through Laura. That being said, nobody can argue that what he did wasn't abhorrent. You can't really argue with that. Some people might, but you can't. They're all canonical endings. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. But in regards to James's judgment, be it the town or himself, ultimately, in most of these endings, he does not have a quote-unquote happy ending. I think it would be difficult to present this game with no quote-unquote happy endings. The Leave ending is the happy ending. None of the others are. Except for the joke endings. We're going to get into the Rebirth ending next. And this kind of furthers the idea that no matter what James does, he's dug his own grave. I don't think killing him was the worst he did. I feel like everything he did beforehand was his true sin. Yeah, absolutely. It's just how he would go on to deal with it after the fact. And this is quite an abrupt ending, because we can just assume that he put Mary in his car and he just hightailed it into Toluca Lake, and didn't really go through any of the events of the game, you know. But the In-Water ending fits really well with the game's history and the lore of the town and all the rest of it, and the cultural Japanese act of Shinju plays most closely to all of the references to water throughout the game. But there is no true canonical ending. I just think thematically, and I'm not the only one that thinks this, Guy Seehey, James's voice actor, describes his relationship with Mary as feeling like drowning, like he had no other choice. And yeah, it just makes James out to be a pathetic human being. He is, entirely. All of these people are. I include Angela in that. I don't say it to be antagonistic towards Angela, but she is a pathetic person. I don't want there to be any scorn in that, because it's hard for me to really, especially as a man, to talk about Angela in the context of all the things that she went through as being a pathetic person. But I'm just being objective here. Eddie was pathetic as well. The least sympathetic character, because he just had some body issues, maybe was picked on a bit, and he dealt with it in the worst way possible. He went through the least, really. He shot a dog and he shot a guy in the leg, and he legged it. There is not many redeeming factors for Eddie, because he didn't ever struggle against it. As much as I point to Angela and I try and put her under the pathetic blanket in a literal sense, absolutely. Because Angela, out of all of these characters, we're excluding Laura because she wasn't being judged by the town. She had no sin or guilt. She was the personification of purity and innocence. That's why she was a child. The three characters that we saw being judged were James the Oppressor, Eddie the Gluttonous Pig, and Angela the Seductress, which is very choice wording, but it's the wording that we've been given. I don't know if that's a translation issue. Jeremy Blaustein did a fantastic job. He did all of the translation for this game, and for the most part, it's pretty ironclad. I'd have to look into the wording over those tablets, but you know, with me saying that we found that tablet in the shower and then learning what happened to Angela, it's pretty fucking cut and dry. That what she went through is pretty horrifying. In the most literal sense of the word, I can conjure, really. She deserved to, but it's quite realistic to depict a character as some people just can't overcome. She went through a lot and she wasn't able to do it. Hyper realistic. And it's why, because I don't really have an opinion about James. Like I just kind of because I know this game so well, I just kind of see it as what it is. At the same time, there is some of me that can kind of understand why James did what he did. Not that I think it was a measured response by any means, but I'm not afraid to admit that I can understand it. I can understand the motivations and the human factors that might drive somebody to do that. Again, I'm not saying that James in any way was right for doing this. Obviously, he fucking wasn't. He murdered somebody, euthanized. It doesn't really matter. It wasn't his place to do it. It wasn't nature. He was striking out against nature. And in the end, through this ending, we are to interpret that he returned to nature. He let nature take its own course on him as kind of self-revenge. Angela's mom blaming the... Yes, it's Angela is very well developed, because it's never too overt. I think there is an article that we missed somewhere that goes into a bit more detail about her killing her dad and possibly her brother. I can't really remember. But we're only left to infer what drove her to that. Eddie doesn't have as much depth presented, at least not that I can summon up. For all intents and purposes, I think he's just a bit of a fall guy. He's the worst case scenario. He's the most extreme response to something that really, I'm not going to say it wasn't a big deal. He was obviously tormented to some degree, but the sexual elements were only presented because they were big factors in James's and Angela's perceptions of the world. Angela was surrounded by it, as we saw in the abstract daddy room, which is referred to as the R room. From that environment alone, we get the idea that this has consumed Angela. She's surrounded by it, and it's relentless, and it just won't let up. And again, the depiction of the abstract daddy as being two figures confined to a bed frame. We're given a lot to work with, but I agree. Eddie didn't really have much sexual connotation in what we were delivered through this. I would like to see a Bloober team where we'll see if Bloober did anything with Eddie, because I think out of all the characters, he could have done with a bit more expansion into his character. But I do feel like it was necessary to have an example of somebody being consumed by the town or their own darkness, their own guilt, their own sin. Somebody just being swept under, never really fought against it, indulged in it. He was eating pizza, like nobody, there's no chefs on shift. He manifested the pizza. He was literally eating forbidden fruit. You know what I mean? He did nothing to fight against the tide. He did nothing to repent. He did nothing to look inside himself. He just blamed everybody around him and never himself. And I think that's why Eddie plays an important role in the story, even if he didn't get as much depth as some of the other characters. We needed somebody to be the example. And he served that purpose, if nothing else. Let's start wrapping up. We're going to do the rebirth ending next, which you can only do on a New Game Plus, and you collect certain occult artifacts. Certain occult artifacts.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you're not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
Is it always 2 shots? I find that so weird. Quite a short one, this. Getting back to the lake.
Mary, you look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Mary.
Quite hard to take that ending too seriously, but I'm glad it's in there because, especially coming off the back of Silent Hill 1, which was all about the occult and all about ritual rebirth. It's nice to kind of throw it in there, but yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky to take too seriously. Let's wrap up. We'll do the UFO ending, then we'll do the dog ending. And then I'll sign off for tonight, and I'll be back tomorrow. There you go. To get the UFO ending, you have to do New Game Plus. Find the blue gem, and then use the blue gem in 4 distinct spots throughout the game. And I've just confirmed that the UFO ending is in Remake. It's good news. We'll do the Born from the Wish ending because I can't. Yeah, hold on. In fact, we'll do Born from a Wish first. No, we can't. We haven't got enough context for it. We'll do Born from a Wish at some point. It's not completely necessary. It's an added bit of story, in which you play as Maria as she comes to life. There were some theories that Maria was born from Mary's wish, and it was actually her projections as kind of the person she wishes she was. But those have been debunked. It is James's projections. We'll do Born from a Wish at some point. But because it involves a character that isn't in the actual core game, we'll leave it out for now. But I'll make note and we'll visit it again at some point.
お前の仕業だったのか?
Growling at Eddie because Eddie killed a dog. To get the dog ending, you need to get all of the 3 regular endings. Leave in water, Maria. When you get to Rosewater Park, there is a yard near Jack's Inn in town. You need to grab a key from inside a doghouse. Visit Nightmare Lakeview Hotel. And I think it just plays out. I think you just progress. I think as long as you get the key, and you've got those endings, the game knows. Maybe we'll try and organically go for some of the joke endings in the remake. Thank you very much. Quite a long stream, so if you have been tuned in for any duration, but particularly the entire fucking thing, thank you very much. Silent Hill 2 is quite important to me as a piece of narrative media, piece of artistic media. This game kind of does everything perfectly, aside from the combat, I guess. But in terms of intention and delivery, you're not going to find much better, to be honest. And we're going to go through all of it again tomorrow with the remake. Yeah, shower. As I've mentioned a few times, we found Angela's tablet in the shower, and we can infer from that. Typically, it's not uncommon for victims of particular SA encounters to want to cleanse themselves after the fact. So us finding Angela's tablet in the shower is foreshadowing towards the revelations and reveals that we would get a little bit further. We found all 3 characters at the bottom of that descent. We didn't have enough context when we found it at the time, but suffice to say, its placement in the shower, much like Eddie's being in the dining hall and James's being in a prison cell, the oppressor, gluttonous pig, and Stuctress. Yes. Again, water as well, which I also missed. I'll let the dog ending play us out again for a little bit of brevity. I'm going to go fucking make my dinner and try and get to bed before too long. I'll check in with you in a sec. And yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow. I'll aim for a similar time. I'll see what I've got to do. But yeah, thank you very much, and I will catch you tomorrow with the remake. Oh.